Chapter 3271. The combination of purity and evil. Capture him. If you want to live, then attack. Next, the old devil continued. At this moment he was no longer in a hurry. In his lair, if the cloaked man was that brat, then he wouldn't be able to escape. There's only one chance. If you miss it, it won't come again. The old devil's voice was bewitching. Everyone started to get restless. Catch him and we'll live? This is the best opportunity. Although that kid is a bit powerful, most of us are in the sage realm. He can't stop so many sage realm experts by himself. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Many people licked their lips and no longer hesitated, pouncing towards the cloaked man. The person must have principles. We belong to the same boat. How can we have internal strife? That would only satisfy that old devil's perverted heart. I won't make a move. That's right. I've seen too many ugly scenes before. I don't want to be that ugly person. In that case, why don't we help him? After all, even if we don't make a move, we'll still die. That's why we have to die with a bang, so that we won't have lived in vain. Those who had a strong backbone did not intend to attack the newcomer. Instead, they intended to help the newcomer. For a moment, because of the sudden appearance of the newcomer, the people who were caught were divided into two camps. At this moment, someone had already pounced on the mysterious man. However, the cloaked man only smiled coldly and turned to look at Xiaoyu, who was not far away. Brother. Xiaoyu naturally recognized the person who had come. At this moment, she was very excited and ran towards the cloaked man. Xiaoyu, don't come over. Big brother is dirty. However, the cloaked man refused with a smile, because he had the blood of monsters and humans on him. Even his cloak was dyed red. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu was extremely stubborn. Not only did she rush over, she even hugged the cloaked man's leg. She did not feel that the cloaked man was dirty at all. At this moment, her impression of her brother had completely changed. When she first met Lin Ling, she thought that Lin Ling was an extremely kind person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. After that, Lin Ling went on a killing spree in the city, causing her to have misgivings. She felt that Lin Ling was different from what she had imagined. But now, she finally understood. Lin Ling's killing was open and aboveboard. He raised the butcher's knife for his family and friends. Just like what Di Shirtian had said before, Lin Ling was their flag, blocking the wind and rain. Be it demons or killing, the people around Lin Ling would always be the most peaceful and safe. Xiaoyu, big brother, big brother. Lin Ling smiled and pushed Xiaoyu away. He looked at the people who were charging at him, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. Every man for himself to Lin to next fantasy Lin Yu Lin to Lin to Lin Lin Lin. However, sacrificing the innocent Xiaoyu so that he could escape death, Lin Ling disdained such a person. Lin Ling went all out. The realm-swallowing beast appeared, the dragon bones appeared, and the catastrophe-destroying Sun Bao appeared. Xiao, B. I'm sorry, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but each and every one of you here will be a dead soul under my bow. The dragon Bao appeared once again. The heavenly dragon protector shrouded Lin Ling in holy light. Boasting shamelessly, those experts, Xiaoyu shouted coldly. It was as if in their eyes Lin Ling was the one who went against the heavens. They were enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The shamelessness of such righteous words undoubtedly made people feel extremely disgusted. Di Shirtian and the rest were roaring. Unfortunately, they couldn't break the cage for the time being and could only be secretly anxious. Almost at the same time, the dragon Bao shot out. 4 dragons intertwined with each other. At this moment, the old devil's eyes finally lit up. He was 100% sure that the cloaked man was that damn brat. But he also shook his head in surprise. He couldn't understand why that brat wanted to enter the tiger's den. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xiaoyu and he immediately understood. What a fearless brat. He admired Lin Ling even more, but he also wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Because if a junior like Lin Ling was allowed to grow up, his future would be limitless. The dragon god Bao with 4 intertwined arrows roared out. Suddenly, blood flowed like a river. Those sages didn't expect Lin Ling's bow to be so terrifying. Dozens of experts were killed by that arrow. What a fierce attack! The eyes of those who were neutral trembled violently as they looked at Lin Ling in shock. In their eyes, Lin Ling was like a bow, like an arrow, charging forward bravely without fear of any power. Who is this guy? He's obviously a half-step sage. How could he kill a sage with his full strength? Huage, Huichiro, and the rest were afraid of death, so they didn't attack. Why does he give me a familiar feeling? Jiang Wuxia furrowed his brows and was extremely unhappy. Generally speaking, he should be the main character of such a stunning scene where one person challenged the great devil sect. But now, this glory had been snatched away by that mysterious person. Go to hell. However, in order to survive, someone still sneaked up on Lin Ling. The ground cracked and a figure appeared like a ghost. He stabbed at Lin Ling with his sword. Lin Ling didn't react in time and was immediately stabbed in the chest. Moreover, the power of the sword was extremely terrifying. It was poison. The fierce poison rushed into Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to spit out a big mouthful of blood. Brother! Xiao Yu shouted worriedly. However, Lin Ling stopped her from approaching and looked coldly at the person who had sneaked up on him. Hee, you dare to provoke the demon elder? You're too impudent. Ironically, in order to survive, that person had regarded himself as a member of the great devil sect. Go to hell! Lin Ling's eyes were red. With a roar, the darkness behind him surged like a tide. A huge mouth appeared and suddenly swallowed the person. This sudden change undoubtedly made the person unable to react. When he came back to his senses, he could only see that the cloaked man in front of him had disappeared and turned into a big pool of terrifying black sludge. The realm-swallowing beast. He let out the last sound of his life before he was swallowed alive. He had never thought that this half-saint junior was actually the realm-swallowing beast. Of course, it was not only him. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Could the cloaked man be the human form of the realm-swallowing beast? Without a doubt, today's events had greatly exceeded their knowledge. Sush. However, at this time, the neutral warriors around the realm-swallowing beast also rushed over. Young hero will help you. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well die with a bang. Young hero will fight the demon elder with you. These people exploded with powerful strength and guarded around the realm-swallowing beast. From afar, this scene was extremely spectacular because the realm-swallowing beast represented evil. However, at this moment, people were guarding around the realm-swallowing beast. Chapter 3272. The demon-slaying plan had begun. Bang! At the same time, the demon elder finally decided to make his move because he was sure that this was the person he was looking for. Furthermore, he was extremely happy because he had regained everything he had lost. Brat, you shouldn't have come, you really shouldn't have come. Old Devil floated up and his body exploded, turning into a huge human head. The surrounding monsters all exploded as well. After being torn apart, they all flew towards the huge human head, forming a strange monster. For some people, this was the first time they saw Old Demon's real body. At this moment, they were so scared that they fell to the ground. However, the warriors around the realm-swallowing beast were not afraid of death. They all raised their weapons. Old Demon, I'll kill you and return peace to the Yen state. They roared and shouted in unison. Obviously, they hadn't forgotten their sect's orders to eradicate the great devil sect. It had to be said that they had been kept in the dark by the upper echelons of the Yen state, but they still guarded the Yen state like soldiers of death. This mentality was very admirable. Why did a martial artist practice martial arts? Some did it for the sense of superiority, some pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, and some did it for the sake of soaring through the heavens and earth. But there were also people who did it for protection. A bunch of ants die. As for the ferocious human head that was floating in the air, it opened its huge mouth and countless feathers shot out. They filled the sky and were extremely sharp. If one were to say that Lin Ling's devil sword represented the rank of devil sword, then each of those dazzling feathers represented a sword. This was Old Demon's strength. These swords were not something that those people could block at all. Fight! However, not only did those people not retreat, they charged forward instead. But at this time, the rolling black mud wriggled and turned into a huge black cloud, blocking the rise of those people. A huge mouth opened and swallowed those sharp feathers. Lin Ling knew very well that these people would not be able to withstand old demon's attacks. Plus, he had transformed into a world-swallowing beast and possessed the immortal body of a world-swallowing beast. His defense was strong. Why? Those people were all excited as they looked at the world-swallowing beast, which symbolized evil. Not worth it, Lin Ling said in a cold voice. His words made those people tremble. You are all true warriors. You don't deserve to die here. They should be the ones to die, Lin Ling said again. Moreover, he was referring to those shameless people, as well as those who watched with folded arms. Old devil, he likes to play with people for fun. Unfortunately, those sad people know that, but they still like to be played by others. Funny, said. Most importantly, there are geniuses from the Yen state and elites from other sections. The Yen state is declining. Jiang Wuxia and the others' faces darkened when they heard the humongous mud's mocking voice. That mysterious man was scolding them and looking down on them. Coward. The sludge spoke again, as if it was mocking the world. That's right, coward. Under the mud, those martial artists also laughed boldly. They had the qualifications to laugh at those cowardly and shameless people. Bastard. Jiang Wuxia, Huag, and the others clenched their teeth and looked at Elder Demon in the sky. Most of the brave ones are dead. Those who can't see the reality won't go far on the path of martial arts. Is this your excuse for being cowardly and treacherous? Very good. Your hypocrisy disgusts me. However, you don't understand. You will never understand. Let's see who can go further on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling also spoke in a challenging voice. Those people. They were cowardly. They thought they could go further on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling was brave. He dared to challenge the gods, but he thought he could go further on the path of martial arts. They took a gamble. I have to admit that they are more right. Because you are going to die. At this moment, Old Demon let out an angry roar. His head became huge and kept expanding. Gradually, it became even bigger than the world-swallowing beast. A giant mouth appeared. It was as if it was going to swallow the sky and the earth. This mouth undoubtedly made everyone's faces change dramatically. It was so scary. They were afraid it could even swallow Jojo. Elder Demon was obviously going to swallow the realm-swallowing beast. Die! The giant mouth rushed toward the realm-swallowing beast. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his whole body was locked. He could not move. Elder Demon's power was terrifying. Ding, ding, ding. When the giant mouth got close to Lin Ling, it immediately made a sound of metal colliding. It was a wizardry barrier. Obviously, Yi Shui had made a move. However, it was useless. She could only anxiously shout, "Son of Demon." When people heard that, their pupils trembled. That was the son of Demon? Especially those who were protected by Lin Ling. They were all excited. It turned out that this was the son of Demon, who was famous throughout Jojo. What's the use? He will still die. Jiang Wujie and the others' eyes were full of flames of jealousy. At this moment, they were on the same side as Elder Demon. They wanted the son of Demon to be swallowed. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Use the roaring sky swallowing technique. It can swallow anything, but it has a weakness. It is the back. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, a large number of figures floated out of the cave. The leader had a bull horn on his forehead. His whole body was evil. Attack! The young man waved his hand. Rumble! Those powerhouses who suddenly appeared all unleashed their powerful strength and attacked the back of Elder Demon's head. Upon closer inspection, although Elder Demon's head was very big, one side of his head had a big mouth, which was an angry face. However, on the other side, there was a smiling face. It was extremely strange. However, after everyone attacked, the smiling face screamed, "Young Master Yao, you're crazy." Obviously, Elder Demon recognized young Master Yao. Most importantly, he did not understand why young Master Yao attacked him. "Ha, elder demon, you're going to die today." Young Master Yao's body also became strange. All kinds of demonic beast parts appeared as he attacked the giant head crazily. Rumble! Elder demon's hideous head seemed to deflate at this moment and finally began to shrink. "All of you must die. You've ruined my plan." Obviously, there was a flaw in the swallowing heaven and earth divine power that he had used. If he failed to use it, his cultivation would be greatly reduced. "Son of demon, retreat. Leave now." At this moment, young Master Yao's face was extremely serious as he shot towards the ground. Lin Ling had also transformed into his human form, but his body was full of injuries. He wanted to take Xiao Yu away, but young Master Yao stopped him. Without waiting for him to say anything, young Master Yao forcefully took him away. Right now, Elder Demon is enraged. His target is you. The plan begins. Young Master Yao said in Lin Ling's ear. Lin Ling also nodded heavily. They were all rushing in the direction of the array formation. As for Elder Demon, he was hysterical at this moment. Without any hesitation, he chased after them. In his heart, those people must die. Since young Master Yao dared to sneak attack him, young Master Yao must die too. Chapter 3273. A Clash of Courage. Boom! The entire cave exploded under his impact. Gravel rained down and gradually revealed the gloomy sky. A battle to kill demons had begun. God-Slayer Alliance. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. The depths of their eyes were filled with intense shock. Everyone in Zhuzhou knew about the God-Slayer Alliance. It was said that it was a gathering place for a group of hot-blooded youths. They had repeatedly done great things in Zhuzhou and had once killed a deity. In fact, many people wanted to join the God-Slayer Alliance. Unfortunately, the conditions to join the God-Slayer Alliance were too high. Many people could only look up to it. God-Slayer Alliance. Huagu Huahu Ichiro and Jiang Wujie had complicated expressions. Obviously, they were very curious about the legendary God-Slayer Alliance and even wanted to join this miraculous alliance. After all, although they were famous, they were only famous in Yen State. How could they compare to the God-Slayer Alliance? Could it be that the God-Slayer Alliance wants to kill the Demon Elder? Even more people cried out in shock. Today, after so many twists and turns, no one had expected that the great demon sect's fifth Demon Elder would be targeted by the God-Slayer Alliance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under everyone's gazes, more than a dozen figures passed through the sky like dazzling stars. Behind these people were huge heads. These figures were unquestionably what they had to look up to. Son of Demon, how much have you recovered? Young Beastmaster was running wildly with Lin Ling. He could see that Lin Ling had suffered serious injuries this time. I'm fine now. Lin Ling had been seriously injured twice in a row on Mount Tianwang. Both times, it was because of the fifth Demon Elder. This made him realize that he still had a long way to go before he could reach the peak of Zhuzhou. However, his physical body was very strong. After a while, he had recovered a lot. Therefore, he burst out with great speed and ran side by side with young Beastmaster. The Demon Elder's strength is not to be underestimated. Therefore, we have been looking for an opportunity. Who knew that you would suddenly appear and fight the Demon Elder, which disrupted some of our plans? Young Beastmaster said at the same time. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. At that time, I couldn't watch my friends die, so I had to stand up. Don't worry. Our goal was to enrage the Demon Elder, and we've done it. Son of the Demon, hurry up. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Young Demon Lord chuckled. When he turned around to look at the giant head behind him, his expression turned serious. Noticing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he suddenly shouted behind him, Flat-feathered crow, drenched chicken, come and kill me. After a period of contact, Lin Ling knew that this old demon couldn't stand being scolded, so he scolded him repeatedly. Seeing this, young Master Yao narrowed his eyes. He had no idea what Lin Ling was doing. However, in the distance, the ferocious human head became furious. Feathers flew up one by one, making it look even more terrifying. because this was the third time the demon elder had been scolded. "Little bastard, I'm going to tear your mouth off." The demon elder roared and chased after them. Seeing this, young Master Yao's eyes lit up. It seemed to be effective. He hurriedly scolded him. "Young Master Yao, I don't know why you've offended me, but you'll regret it. Even if the ancient demons are here today, I'll catch you. Come, old duck." The two parties, one in front and one behind, headed toward the place where Lin Ling had set up the array. After a while, Lin Ling and the demon elder landed. They both let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived at their destination. Bang, bang, bang. The other members of the God-Slayer Alliance also arrived one by one. They landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. The entire mountain range became silent. "You guys, stop running." Almost at the same time, a giant head appeared in the sky. It was ferocious and terrifying. Its eyes were bloodshot as it looked down at the people on the ground. However, he didn't land on the mountain range. Obviously, Lin Ling and the others had stopped running. This made the demon elder a little wary. His intuition told him that something was hiding nearby. "Young Master Yao, why have you offended me?" The giant head seemed to be suppressing its anger as it looked at young Master Yao coldly. Young Master Yao smiled faintly. He took out a flagon of wine and drank it calmly. He pointed at Lin Ling beside him and said, "Because of him, the son of the demon." At this moment, the demon elder already knew about Lin Ling's background. He didn't expect this hateful brat to be a famous figure in the 9 states. The unity of the God-Slayer Alliance was also beyond his imagination. For the son of the demon, the God-Slayer Alliance dared to challenge the great demon sect. "Cut the crap. Do you dare to fight me?" While the demon elder was thinking, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was filled with billowing battle intent. "The great demon sect's 5th demon elder is perverted and ruthless. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Do you dare to fight me?" On the ground, Lin Ling had already pulled out his sword and pointed it at the giant head in the sky. Beside him, Majin Tianzi and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to challenge the demon elder. However, the demon elder was cautious and didn't say anything. Everything was different from what he had imagined. Also, he was a martial ancestor. Some sages shouldn't dare to confront him directly. "Do you dare to fight me? If you don't, then get lost. I, the son of the demon sect, tell you, if you dare to come down, you will die today." However, Lin Ling spoke again. His words made the young Master Yao and the others' expressions change drastically. Was Lin Ling telling the demon elder that there was danger hidden under the ground? What if the demon elder sensed something and left? Then all their previous efforts would be in vain. For a moment, everyone was shocked, but they didn't dare to speak. Only Lin Ling looked at the demon elder fearlessly. "Do you dare to fight me? Do you dare?" This was a blatant provocation. He knew that the demon elder had sensed something. The more he tried to hide it, the worse it would be. He might as well get straight to the point. Let's see if the demon elder dared to fight him. "Brat, what have you done here?" "Oomph." Elder Demon's huge head was frozen in place, and his eyes were flashing with light. The two sides seemed to be facing each other casually, but in fact, they had begun to fight. This was also a battle of courage. "We didn't do anything. You can think that we are at the end of the road, so we are using some tricks to scare you away. So, do you dare to fight me or not?" "Oomph." At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. After he finished speaking, the demon elder's eyes flickered again. "Because it wasn't impossible. I have the realm-swallowing beast and the dragon bone of the dragon clan. If you don't kill me today, it will be very difficult for you to find me in the future. Because you should know that if I, the son of the demon sect, want to hide, even a god can't find me. Oomph. Besides, if you don't kill me today, with my potential, I will surpass you soon. By then, you should know what the result will be. Oomph. Chapter 3274. So what if he killed an immortal and a demon? Especially the last sentence, it actually caused his eyes to turn red. That's right, the demonic son's potential is terrifying. He will become a martial ancestor in the future. When that time comes, I will die for sure. Such a scourge cannot be allowed to live. Why are you telling me this? The elder demon stared at Lin Ling and asked. Because I want to use my future to make a bet with you. Let's see who will live and who will die. Lin Ling said calmly. Although his words were calm, the young beast lord and the others could feel his domineering aura. The bet? If Lin Ling loses, his future will be destroyed and he will become the elder demon's beast. Only Lin Ling knew the effects of Lin Ling's array. No one knew if it could defeat the elder demon. Perhaps even Lin Ling wasn't 100% confident in himself. A bet? The elder demon pondered over Lin Ling's words and fell into deep thought. He didn't expect himself to be so hesitant against a martial ancestor of the sage realm. More importantly, the person he was betting against was only a half-sage. If this happened in the 9 continents, nobody would believe it. They would think it was a joke. If someone else was here, they would have accepted the bet without hesitation. However, the elder demon became cautious. Coward! Seeing this, Lin Ling faintly grinned. Looking confident, he turned around and left. Elder demon panicked when he saw a half-Saint Realm Jr. leave right in front of him. After all, Lin Ling was the material that he had high hopes for. He pondered for a while and finally decided to accept the bet. Although he believed there were dangers hidden underground, he didn't believe these dangers could affect him. Son of the demon, I will fight you. I will take your life. The elder demon threw caution to the wind. Or perhaps, Lin Ling's words made him hesitate for too long. In the end, his mind was in a mess. Therefore, he made his move based on logic. The logic behind this was that no matter how strong a half-saint was, they would never be a match for the martial ancestor. The earth suddenly turned pitch black. The gigantic human head began to swell. A black hole-like mouth appeared, wanting to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. A terrifying aura also arrived like a violent storm. Seeing this, the expressions of Yi Shui and the others changed drastically. Although they were members of the Godslayer Alliance and didn't fear the heavens or the earth, they were still a little worried about facing a powerhouse of the 9 states' 10 evils head-on. However, they also looked at Lin Ling. They found that Lin Ling was still carrying the demon elder on his back, but he had stopped walking. His blood-stained cloak was fluttering in the wind, as if he was a warrior who had killed his way through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That's right, a warrior filled with courage. He did not retreat, nor did he show any reverence or fear. This made Yeshua and the others calm down, and they all revealed fearless expressions. In their eyes, the gigantic mouth was getting closer and closer. The mouth was filled with ferocious and terrifying demonic beasts. At this moment, they were making ear-piercing sounds as if they were going to rush out of the mouth and devour everyone. Everyone's life and death depended on this moment. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around. His deep eyes were still calm. With his hands behind his back, he spoke calmly. In the past, we killed the deities. Today, so what if we kill the demons? As his voice drifted out, he gently lifted his foot and then stomped heavily on the ground. This action was the same as the god-slaying array in the past. Young Beastmaster and the others narrowed their eyes and revealed excited smiles. Boom! As if something had been broken, the restriction was triggered. Suddenly, countless blazing suns rose from the surrounding mountains. They were dazzling and bright. At a closer look, those weren't blazing suns, but giant drums that looked like suns. The moment the giant drums rose, an ancient aura spread out. The giant drums connected and intertwined with each other, forming a giant net of light. This net of light sealed the sky, making the entire ancient mountain look like a ferocious array. What? At this moment, Elder Demon's expression changed drastically. Although he knew that Lin Ling had hidden some tricks up his sleeve, he didn't expect them to be so extraordinary. Even he, the Elder Demon of the 9 states' 10 evils, could not see through them. So what if we kill the deities and demons? Elder Demon muttered to himself as uneasiness rose in his heart. Don't. At the same time, a deafening sound was heard. The countless light drums in the surroundings let out a deafening sound as if war horses were galloping and the drums were beating. Rumble! A terrifying thing happened. When the drum beats hit the demon elder, His huge head immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His mouth also spat out a large number of demonic beasts. However, after being hit by the drumbeats, the demonic beasts let out painful cries and directly fell to the ground. What is this? Old Demon let out an earth-shattering roar. His head seemed to deflate as it became smaller and smaller. Eventually, he turned into an old man. He felt that the drums seemed to have a magical power that kept sealing his martial ancestors' power. Looking at young Beast Lord and the others, they were shocked and trembling with excitement. The might of Lin Ling's ancient spirit formation was truly too frightening. It made the crowd very curious as to where he had learned the ancient spirit formation Tao. Most importantly, they felt that the drums did not seem to have any effect on them. Elder Demon, you've lost the bet. I know what you were thinking. You thought that we were only in the Sage-to-be realm. Even if we had hidden some trump cards, that's all there is to it. After all, you're from the great demonic sect, a demonic god sect that once clashed with the deities. However, you've underestimated us. Today, you should know what the God Slayer Alliance is. At this moment, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were cold. You killed people for fun, mocked human nature, and dug out the ugly side of people. Today, your retribution has come. Lin Ling looked at young Beast Lord and the others and waved his hand. Attack! His eyes were extremely cold as he thought of Xiao Yu, Sakura, and the others. In fact, although Elder Demon was from the great demonic sect, Lin Ling was not a person who stuck to the rules. He did not think that a demon was necessarily a bad person. However, Elder Demon's way of doing things had obviously touched Lin Ling's bottom line. His strength has been suppressed by 70%. Let's work together to kill him. Lin Ling shouted angrily again. Bang, bang, bang. Young Beast Lord and the others had vaguely guessed that there was a time limit to the array. Therefore, they all seized the opportunity to explode with powerful martial arts. Their strength was not weak. Under their all-out attacks, Elder Demon roared again and again. At this moment, Elder Demon became even more ferocious. His white hair scattered messily, and there was only a hysterical expression on his face. So what if I've killed a deity and killed a demon? Chapter 3275. Kill the Elder Demon. At this moment, he knew that he had been tricked, and there was no way out. He had never expected that he was invincible in the area of Heavenly King Mountain. He was only afraid of the big shots of Yen State. However, in the end, he was besieged by a group of juniors in the Saint Realm. It felt like an elephant was being bitten to death by countless ants. Even if I die, I want you to die with me. The Elder Demon roared at the sky. During this process, his arm was forcibly broken by Prince of Gold. However, he was worthy of being called a hero of the Demon Gate, and he didn't frown at all. He resisted with his hair disheveled. Prince of Gold was hit by his attack, and the lower half of his body was destroyed. However, he was a puppet, so he was only injured and wouldn't die. Be careful, everyone. Although 70% of this old demon's strength has been suppressed, we can't underestimate him if he goes all out. Prince of Gold couldn't help but remind them loudly. Young Beast Lord and the others all nodded. They didn't get close to the Elder Demon, and instead used their powerful martial arts from a distance. This was especially true for the young Demon Lord. He had transformed into a gigantic demon man, and there were dragons, eagles, and snakes all over his body. It was as if he had the body of a myriad of demons. There were even huge bull horns on his forehead. With just a wave of his hand, even a late-stage Saint Realm expert would not be able to block his attacks. The Elder Demon's injuries were even more severe. His body was covered in blood. He wanted to escape, but the light net in the sky had sealed everything. Finally, his eyes turned red. He muttered something and his head grew bigger again. Unlike before, it was a giant head before, but this time, it had a human body. However, from a distance, it looked extremely uncoordinated, like a big-headed doll. At the same time, billowing demonic energy spread out from his body. Everyone use your full strength. This old demon is going to self-destruct. Seeing this, young Beast Lord's expression changed. He slapped his giant palm, and the roar of an ox god landed heavily on the elder demon's body. However, the sound of metal colliding was heard. This change undoubtedly made everyone panic, and they attacked even more crazily. "Ha, you're all going to die." The big-headed elder demon roared at the sky, as if he was preparing something. Finally, his head became as big as a mountain, and was supported by a thin and weak body. It was terrifying no matter how one looked at it. At the same time, a terrifying power spread out from his body. If this power exploded, a corner of Heavenly King Mountain would be turned into ashes. Die! Die! But at this moment, a cold shout sounded, and a sword shot over. Lin Ling was an elder demon. The tyrant's song sword turned into a bloody light, as if the era of the gods had arrived. At this moment, the pitch-black cloak was also dazzling. Elder demon was obviously preparing his strongest attack, so his head was directly pierced by the sword. A large amount of black blood gushing out. "Big brother!" Lin Ling roared, drew his sword, and slashed down. A long slash could be seen on Elder Demon's head. However, as expected of a martial progenitor realm expert, even with his strength being suppressed, Lin Ling's slash still failed to kill him. Was. This sword is for old Du. Lin Ling kept waving his sword, making Elder Demon's head bleed. This sword is for Xiaoyu. In the end, Lin Ling swung his sword horizontally. The sword light was like blood, and it slashed at Elder Demon's neck. The effect was obvious. Elder Demon's body began to tremble. It seemed that his neck was the source of his strength. All the demonic chi had to go through his neck to reach his head. That's his weakness. Young Master Monster and the others also noticed it. Lin Ling attack his neck. Ye Shui roared and shouted. This arrow is for senior sister Yu. At this moment, Lin Ling floated backwards. With a wave of his left hand, a dragon god roared. Behind him, a huge heavenly dragon flew around and disappeared into the 5-meter-long dragon bone bow in his hand. 4 arrows were shot at the same time, like a huge dragon god, aiming for Elder Demon's neck. This arrow was for Yuer, who had risked her life to protect Lin Ling. The dragon god roared and rushed over. The old demon's pupils grew bigger and bigger, causing him to panic. He stared at the cloaked man in the distance and finally understood what it meant to kill a god and a demon. He would never have thought that the young man he had been chasing not long ago would come back and destroy him. Rumble! The dragon god's arrow shot out and pierced through Elder Demon's neck, making his head float in the sky. In the next moment, endless demonic chi burst out and flooded the mountain. The demonic aura was like a black ocean, rolling and surging. Moreover, it began to spread in all directions, causing a corner of the Heavenly King Mountain to turn pitch black. It was extremely terrifying. Below the Green Mountain, it suddenly became silent. Son of Demon. However, a moment later, a voice rang out in the demonic sea. How is everyone? Then, it was Yi Shui's voice. As the demonic sea gradually spread out, the area below the mountain range gradually became clearer. The members of the God Extermination Alliance appeared one after another. They looked at each other, and when they saw the headless demon elder on the ground, they were all overjoyed. They had successfully killed the demon. Elder Demon was the 5th elder demon of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils great demon sect. He controlled terrifying demonic beasts and was rarely a match for him among the martial ancestors. However, today, the hot-blooded young men of the God-Slayer Alliance had killed him. Son of Demon, how are you? At the same time, the young Master Yao's figure also appeared, and his eyes searched the surroundings. I'm fine. At this moment, a voice resounded from the ground. When everyone looked over carefully, they noticed a young man standing silently on the ground. He was using his sword to support himself on the ground, and he was forcefully standing. When they saw the young man, everyone smiled excitedly. The son of Demon was not dead. It was extremely dangerous just now. If Elder Demon self-destructed, I'm afraid we would all die. Luckily, we killed him before he self-destructed. Young Beast Lord hurriedly shot to the ground and supported Lin Ling. The son of demon had done a great deed for the God Slayer Alliance today. Let's leave this place immediately. After all, the great demon sect is still on Mount Tianwang. If the demonic god knows that Elder Demon is dead, he might rush here immediately. However, Lin Ling did not have time to be surprised and reminded everyone. Hearing this, everyone nodded and went to Elder Demon's lair with their tired bodies. They had not forgotten their purpose of coming here, which was to get the glazed light war chariot. At this moment, many people had left the cave. However, there were still some people who did not leave and were searching everywhere. Hee, Elder Demon forgot about us because of the God Slayer Alliance. The God Slayer Alliance saved us. I hope the God Slayer Alliance can delay Elder Demon for a while. After we get some treasures, Elder Demon will come back. Chapter 3276. Treasures? I want your lives. These people were really bold. They were saved by the God Slayer Alliance. Not only did they not seize the opportunity to escape, they even planned to plunder Elder Mo's lair. This also showed that human nature was ugly. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. These people are so pitiful. They're still locked up. Of course, their gazes were also looking at Sakura and the others. Moreover, all of them were laughing in schadenfreude. This was because they would be able to leave immediately after plundering the treasures. And when Old Demon returned and saw that his treasures had been plundered, he would definitely vent his anger on Sakura and the others. Sakura and the others were locked up. At that time, they would have no way to go up and no way to go down. Thank you, all of you. One of the young men waved his hand proudly. Help brother Sakura. However, just as they were about to plunder the treasures, a tender voice rang out. It was Xiaoyu. Everyone immediately looked at the cute girl and asked with a smile, why? When the old man returns, Brother Sakura and the others will be dead if they haven't escaped by then. Xiaoyu said anxiously as she explained with her two little hands. Her appearance undoubtedly amused everyone, but they soon sneered, it's none of our business. All of you. Xiaoyu was pure by nature. She did not expect these people to be so heartless. After all, she saw that if Brother Lin Ling had not lured the old man away, these people would not be so arrogant. Get lost. Everyone was indeed teasing Xiaoyu, but they knew that time was limited. Therefore, they waved their hands and pushed Xiaoyu to the ground. Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Sakura and the others in the feather cage were furious. Xiaoyu sat helplessly on the ground. Her big eyes were wet and she looked extremely pitiful. However, she endured it and kept asking for help from the people around her. Unfortunately, those people only sneered mercilessly. An old man even said coldly, if you continue to annoy me, I'll kill you. However, Xiaoyu was not afraid in the face of such a fierce expression. She continued to ask for help. She even stood up and wanted to kneel down and beg for help. What a clingy little brat. However, the old man did not care about this at all. He raised his foot and wanted to kick this annoying little girl away. However, just as he raised his foot, a sword slashed over and actually cut off his foot. Who is it? The old man cried out in pain and shouted angrily. The others were the same. Aren't you being too sneaky? Attacking your own people? What is the meaning of this? The others also began to look around. However, at this moment, a large number of figures began to descend from the sky. The person in the lead was none other than Lin Ling and young Master Yao. When the crowd saw this group of people, their hearts trembled violently. A frightening thought appeared in their minds. Could it be that Old Mo had been killed by the God-slaying alliance? God Slayer Alliance. Could it be that Elder Mo? Someone asked anxiously. That's right, the great devil sect's old devil has fallen. Before Lin Ling could say anything, the young demon master had already spoken ruthlessly. That's great, that's great. Elder Mo is dead. We've made a great contribution. When we return to the sect, we'll definitely be rewarded by the sect. It's even possible for us to become famous in the Yen state. Moreover, I've heard that Old Mo had hidden a large number of treasures. Isn't this a great deal for us? After receiving confirmation from the God-slaying alliance, everyone was overjoyed and laughed heartily. There's no time to lose. Let's split the spoils quickly. A young man with an impulsive temperament shouted excitedly. Then, everyone walked into the depths of the cave. Boom. However, just as they moved, a sword slashed down and landed in front of them. It was as if it had cut a line. This made everyone frown. When they looked at the person who had slashed out, they realized that it was the son of the devil. Son of the devil, what's the meaning of this? Someone asked with a frown. He seemed to be very unhappy. However, Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he walked toward Xiaoyu and carried her on his back. He then wiped the tears off her little face. His appearance seemed calm, but in the depths of his eyes, a wisp of volcanic fury was burning. You said that we were going to split the spoils? Does this mean that we killed old Emo together? Moreover, you said that after returning to the sect, you all made great contributions. Does this mean that you all had a part to play in killing old Emo? Lin Ling muttered to himself as he gently wiped the tears off Xiaoyu's face. Of course, we're all here to kill old Emo. Although we didn't kill old Emo with our own hands, we still contributed. We're all here together. After hearing Lin Ling's words, the crowd seemed to have guessed something. Immediately, someone said coldly, "Son of the devil, could it be that you want to take old Mo's treasures for yourself? Let me remind you that you shouldn't be so greedy." Another old man said coldly. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Obviously, they thought that Lin Ling wanted to take all the treasures for himself. Of course, they wouldn't agree to this. They even thought that the son of the devil was too greedy. Ha! Hearing their words, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. My little girl asked you for help. However, not only did you not help her, you even thought that she was annoying. At that time, why didn't you see her as a group? Now that old Emo is dead, you actually think that we're a group. Also, when old Emo was mocking you, you didn't even dare to say anything. On the contrary, another group of people was fearless and went against old Emo. At that time, why didn't you say that you were a group? With Xiaoyu on his back, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the group of shameless people. The group of people couldn't refute his words. They were so angry that their faces turned black. Fine. I admit that you're right. We're not a group. Now, we don't want to dwell on this issue. I'll only take one of old Mo's treasures. The rest will belong to the God-Slayer Alliance. Is that enough? That's right. Each of us can choose one treasure. The rest will belong to you. The group of people couldn't refute Lin Ling. Thus, they didn't dwell on this issue anymore. One by one, they spoke coldly. When these words came out, even young Master Yao and the others laughed. Choose one treasure at will. That's a good idea. After all, there were differences in value among treasures. What if this group of people all chose the most valuable treasures? The rest of the trash would be left for the God-Slayer Alliance? Although the God-Slayer Alliance had obtained a lot of treasures, what use would they be? Most importantly, this group of people didn't do anything. In fact, some of them might even be the ones who had attacked the son of the devil. How could they have the nerve to say that? Lin Ling also laughed. He shook his head and said, "Each of you wants one treasure?" "That's right, just one." Everyone nodded. It was as if the God-Slayer Alliance had taken advantage of them. "Fine. You want treasures? Dream on. I'll take your lives." Chapter 3277. It's you? Blood gushed out. That person's head flew off. Everyone was shocked. "Son of demon, you're crazy." "Umph." They all shouted, not understanding why the son of demon wanted to kill them. God-Slayer Alliance, kill them all. "Umph." Unfortunately, Lin Ling only licked his lips, and his smile became even more bloodthirsty. The God-Slayer Alliance had risked their lives to kill Elder Demon, and this group of people only knew how to hide. How dare they ask for treasures? Dream on as long as they want their lives. You must be from the big sects in the Yen state. No wonder you don't know how to appreciate favors and are so arrogant. Umph. Young Master Yao and the others had long planned to kill this group of people. You want treasures? Yes, you want them. Umph. Yi Lin Yun and the others also said coldly, and their killing techniques exploded. The people of the God-Slayer Alliance were the best among the sages. Even the strongest sages in the Yen state were no match for them. After all, one was proud of the Yen state, while the other was proud of the 9 states. They were two completely different concepts. You're crazy, you're all crazy. I've never seen such greedy people like you who kill without a word. Everyone, let's work together and eliminate the God-Slayer alliance. The people around them were also enraged. They activated their surging power and attacked the God-Slayer alliance. However, in just a short while, this group of people was completely defeated. They finally experienced the strength of the God-Slayer alliance. I don't want any treasures, okay? Someone begged for mercy and finally wanted to leave. Seeing this, a sneer appeared on the corner of the emperor's mouth. Now you don't want any treasures? He didn't want to waste any more words. His body floated up, and cracking sounds came from it. It exploded, turning into bronze-like parts that shot toward the crowd. Puppets! People exclaimed. After colliding with each other, they realized that the bronze-like parts were extremely hard, as if they were meteorites. All of you must die. At this moment, young Master Yao was also floating in the sky. He turned into the king of all demons and attacked crazily. In an instant, the cave was filled with blood, and it was terrifying. The God-Slayer alliance is so powerful. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, there will be trouble. In the crowd, a young man's eyes were cold. He tried to use the chaos to escape the cave. However, he had only run a few hundred meters when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was wearing a large cloak and had a little girl on his back. At this moment, the sword in his right hand was pointed at him. Your name is Xianxia, right? A serene voice floated out at the same time. The young man's heart trembled when he saw this, and he said coldly, "You know me?" He was Xianxia of the new heavenly court. He had wanted to use the chaos to escape, but who would have thought that the son of devil would actually block his path? What do you think? The one blocking the way was Lin Ling, son of demon. This is the first time you and I have met. There is no enmity between us. Why must you push me too far? Xianxia said with a frown. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. His laughter made Xianxia even more suspicious. What was this devil's son laughing about? You and I have no enmity? How dare you say that? Our God-Slayer alliance and the new heavenly court are enemies, and you say there is no enmity between us? Son of demon, this is just a matter of different standpoints. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? Hearing this, Xianxia's face turned ugly. We can put this aside for now. But do you see her? Lin Ling was still laughing, but he turned his head to look at Xiao Yu behind him. When he saw the little girl, Xianxia finally reacted. Not long ago, he had snatched the little girl's bamboo stick, which caused the demon elder to want to kill the little girl. At that time, the son of demon wasn't afraid of the demon elder and openly challenged him. This also meant that the little girl was extremely important to the son of demon. She was so important that he had to kill Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xianxia's face turned even uglier. However, he still said, "Son of demon, you should know who my backer is. He is Wenyan martial god, one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave the Yen state." As soon as he finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the surroundings, and his heart began to feel stifled. This was because the God-Slayer alliance had already eliminated everyone around him. Moreover, they were all looking at him. Get out of my way. I'll give you a chance. If you let me go today, I'll make sure that Wenyan martial god doesn't kill you in the God-Slayer alliance. Xianxia said anxiously as he stepped forward. Clang. However, Lin Ling's sword still blocked his path. This caused young Beast Lord and the others to gradually close in. Bastard! Xianxia cursed angrily. If it wasn't for the son of demon staring at him, he would have already escaped. You're dreaming. Even if Wenyan martial god doesn't kill me, I will kill him. Now, you'll be the first person to die in the new heavenly court. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Lin Ling spoke again. Just as he finished speaking, young Beast Lord and the others attacked one after another. Their powerful strength wasn't something that Xianxia could withstand. After half an hour, he was heavily injured and half kneeling on the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. When he looked around, he saw that the members of the God Slayer Alliance were staring at him coldly. But almost at the same time, Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and walked towards Shi Feilong step by step. Then he slowly removed the brim of his hat. You said that if I touch you, can you guarantee that I won't be able to leave the yen state? Open your eyes and take a look. Because I've always been in the yen state. As the voice drifted out, Shi Feilong subconsciously raised his head. When he saw Lin Ling's face clearly, he was stunned. He looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Right at the Grand Change Nebula sect, wasn't this the Lin Ling that everyone had wrongly accused? Could he be the son of demon? Staring at that cold face, Shi Feilong's heart was pounding. When he thought of the time when he brought people to the Grand Change Nebula sect to look for someone, could it be that the son of demon was right under his nose? This also meant that his previous threat was just a joke. The son of demon was in the yen state. He was right beside Wen-Ian Martial God, and Wen-Ian Martial God didn't even notice him. It's you, it's you! Shi Feilong kept shouting. Then he immediately took out his voice transmission talisman. However, just as he moved, his arm was cut off by a sword. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Wen-Ian Martial God's man. When Shi Feilong raised his head, there was already a cold man standing in front of him. That huge sword was mixed with bloodlight as it lightly slashed towards him. One more thing, you shouldn't have bullied my Xiaoyu. The sword was drawn out like blood and retracted like lightning. Then, the cloaked man slowly turned and left. Shi Feilong pointed at the man and wanted to say something. However, his head had already fallen to the ground. Furthermore, a demonic power continued to destroy his body. Plop. Finally he fell. The first member of the new heavenly court died under Lin Ling's sword. And this was Lin Ling's revenge against Wen-Ian Martial God. Pathetic person. Young Beast Lord and the rest glanced at Shi Feilong and then chased after Lin Ling. Lin Ling activated the Great Sun Calamity, destroying Bao and destroyed the feather cage. It was as if Sakura and the rest had died. Second brother. Lin Ling. Young Master. Chapter 3278. Splitting the Harvest. That young monstrous lord also walked over. After sizing up Meng Lu, he suddenly smiled and said, I should have seen you before, right? I've long heard of your name, young monstrous lord from the ancient monstrous clan. Meng Lu evidently also knew of the young monstrous lord. After all, they were both people from the 9 provinces 10 vicious. However, he was also secretly clenching his fists. Although they were both descendants of the 9 provinces 10 vicious, the young monstrous lord was much more powerful than him. Furthermore, when he looked at Lin Ling, he was surprised to discover that the young monstrous lord seemed to be very respectful toward Lin Ling. This made him curious. What had Lin Ling done in the God Slayer Alliance to make this unruly young monstrous lord respect him so much? There's no time to lose. Let's quickly find the treasures. All right. At that moment, Lin Ling put Xiaoyu down and said, When it comes to finding treasures, I'm the best at it. All right. Hearing those words, Prince Grope Gold walked out. His body emitted cracking sounds as he turned into many square bronze carts. Following the ground, his speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, there was an extremely large number of those bronze carts. Lin Ling's horizons were immediately broadened. Prince Grope Gold was a puppet, yet he actually possessed such a technique. Everyone follow me. All right. Not long after, a voice sounded from ahead. Then an explosion sounded and the ground split open. A cave within a cave appeared. Truly powerful. All right. Seeing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but praise. Although his spirit formation Dao was also capable of finding hidden treasures, it was evidently not as convenient as Prince Grope Gold. Of course, our God Slayer Alliance is filled with talents. Each and every one of us has their own powerful domain. All right. Beside him, Yeshue had been following Lin Ling the entire time. At that moment, she spoke with a beaming smile. Of course, when she said those words, she also took a glance at Lin Ling, son of demon, You are also a talent that our God-Slayer alliance cannot lack. All right. The crowd all approved of those words. It could be said that the Demon Sun's world spirit techniques represented the God Destruction Alliance's powerful battle prowess. Everyone entered the cave one after another, and the cave grew larger as they walked. There was a small bronze cart leading the way, and before long, an ancient stone door appeared. The small bronze cart climbed up the stone door, and a green light appeared in front of the cart, fusing into a key. After inserting it into the stone door was opened. As soon as the stone door opened, all the mechanisms disappeared, and in the hall, the light of treasures was resplendent. The most dazzling thing was a chariot the size of a small mountain. This chariot was resplendent in gold and jade, and it looked extremely majestic. Glazed light chariot. Apart from that, there were also a large number of treasures scattered all around. There were natural treasures, emperor crystals, and so on. Looking at this scene, the corners of everyone's mouths cracked open. After the God-Slayer Alliance had eliminated martial god Qilin, all of their treasures had been used up. Now, the God-Slayer Alliance's treasury would be filled again. Clean up the treasures and leave this place immediately. Although the young demon lord was very excited, he did not lose his cool. He knew that he could not stay here for long. Everyone immediately busied themselves. Lin Ling also noticed that the demonic sword behind him was jumping. This made him happy. Could it be that there was also a broken sword here? Immediately he searched for it, and in the end he found a broken sword. Moreover, this broken sword floated into the tyrannical song sword's scabbard and disappeared. I found another broken sword. Now, that headless senior's killing intent towards me should have weakened quite a bit. Lin Ling smiled excitedly. Looking at the God-Slayer Alliance again, he saw that they had already collected all of the treasures. Among them, the young demon lord threw a brocade pouch to Lin Ling and said, "Take it. This is your reward." Lin Ling immediately opened the brocade pouch and scanned it with his soul power. His expression changed. So much? This was because the brocade pouch contained a large number of emperor crystals and many treasures needed to cultivate the physical body. The young demon lord took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "This is what you deserve. Moreover, this is only a small part of the treasure. Take it. If you're too pretentious, then you're not a man." Since the young demon lord had said so, Lin Ling naturally did not hesitate. This was because he also knew that this was only a small part of the treasure. Although the God-Slayer Alliance had taken the majority of the treasures, the God-Slayer Alliance had more people. Moreover, this time, everyone had contributed to killing the demons. Therefore, this distribution was very fair. Let's leave this place. After receiving it, everyone hurriedly left. After arriving at the stone forest outside the cave, the young demon lord, Touch Gold Son of Heaven, and Yishui all looked at Lin Ling. "We have to split up. The God-Slayer Alliance is no match for Wendian martial god. Therefore, we have to continue hiding." The young demon lord was the first to speak. He looked at Meng Lu and invited, "I wonder if you're interested in joining the God-Slayer Alliance?" Currently, Indra was also considered a member of the God-Slayer Alliance. However, Meng Lu was not. Meng Lu was delighted when he heard this. However, he also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and said, "If you're interested, then join." Although these guys are all kings of destruction, they can still get along well with each other. All right. After receiving Lin Ling's affirmation, Meng Lu immediately nodded. Our God-Slayer Alliance has gained another fierce general. Seeing this, the young demon lord and the others were overjoyed. Obviously, the young demon lord also knew about Meng Lu's background. "See you later." Then, everyone began to split up. They left the Heavenly King Mountain in groups of 3 to 5. Lin Ling and the others did the same. They followed the stone forest forward. After everyone had left, the stone forest returned to its original state. However, after half a day, the quiet stone forest began to change. On the ground, a large number of insects crawled out. They were so densely packed that it made one's heart palpitate. After a short while, the ground had turned into a sea of insects, forming billowing demonic chi. In the sea of insects, A figure seemed to emerge from the water and turned into a one-eyed old man. The fifth demon elder is dead. Who killed him? Obviously, this was also a demon elder from the Great Devil sect. The death of the fifth demon elder would definitely alarm the Great Devil sect. This was because if the 5 demon elders joined forces, their strength would be able to fight against a martial god. However, now that one of the demon elders had fallen, the Great Devil sect's strength had been greatly reduced. At this time, a flying insect flew over and landed on the demon elder's palm. The flying insect was like a firefly, reflecting light, allowing the demon elder to roughly know what had happened. The God Slayer Alliance. Bang. The demon elder muttered to himself. Boom. Next, the stone forest erupted into a huge wave. Countless flying insects flew into the sky and gradually disappeared without a trace. At this moment, at a corner of the Heavenly King Mountain, Lin Ling and the others were running wildly. On the way, Lin Ling looked back and immediately revealed a thoughtful expression. However, soon after, he smiled casually. Even if the Great Devil sect knew that it was the God Slayer Alliance's doing, so what? Even Martial God Wen Tian could not find them. How could the Great Devil sect succeed? I didn't expect that this trip to the Heavenly King Mountain would end in such a result after so many twists and turns. Chapter 3279. His strength had increased greatly. During the trip to Heavenly King Mountain, Lin Ling had been seriously injured twice. If not for the help of his benefactor, Lin Ling might have died. Senior sister you... Ugh. Yes. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and a trace of longing appeared in his eyes. Second brother, after you become stronger, you can also go to the Immortal Temple to find her and bring her back. Yes. After 3 days of hurrying, Sakura and the others also knew about Xianxia. They were extremely moved by this. I will definitely bring her back. Yes. Lin Ling nodded heavily. Then, he took out the treasures and distributed them to everyone for cultivation. Lin Ling, this is not good. We didn't do anything to kill Elder Mo. Instead, we became a burden. Obviously, Meng Lu couldn't accept this. Next time, just work harder. Moreover, you owe me a favor this time, so you should improve your strength. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately said with a smile. Hearing this, Meng Lu and Sakura looked at each other and nodded. Obviously, they also knew that if they were too pretentious, it would affect their brotherhood. Everyone was bitterly cultivating by the side of the pool. However, although Meng Lu and the others took a lot of cultivation resources, Lin Ling still had many treasures in his hands, which should be enough for him to break through. This time, Lin Ling planned to break through to the peak of the Half-Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Under the pool, a large number of dazzling royal crystals floated out like stars in the sky. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and quietly looked at those royal crystals. This trip to Heavenly King Mountain has shown me how weak I am. Therefore, I must improve my strength. Lin Ling's face was full of determination. After a low shout, those royal crystals rushed toward Lin Ling and drowned him. Lin Ling's dantian was constantly rumbling. The 4 dantians were rolling and rotating. The first to change were the other 3 dantians. Under the endless energy of heaven and earth, these 3 dantians were rapidly transforming toward the 8th stage of the Half-Saint Realm. In just a short moment, all 3 of his dantians had reached perfection. His first dantian was also breaking through to the 8th level of the Half-Saint Realm. Rumble. At the same time, the Half-Saint Tribulation pressed down from the sky, causing the nearby area to become extremely oppressive. Second brother, I'm about to break through. Meng Lu and the others were cultivating by the side of the pool, and all of them started laughing when they saw this scene. Lin Ling had been stuck in the semi-sage realm for a long time. So, he had always lacked cultivation resources. Now, he had sufficient cultivation resources. And, it should be enough for Lin Ling to enter a new realm. We have to work hard too. Sakura took a look at Meng Lu, and a billowing battle intent appeared in their eyes. Rumble. In the sky, the tribulation of the Half-Saint Realm was growing more and more terrifying. Dark clouds pressed down and covered the ground because it was the final tribulation of the Half-Saint Realm. The next tribulation would be the tribulation of the Saint Realm. However, Lin Ling had accumulated too much information. Not only did he have Li Xiaoyao's experience, but he also had his own experience in this lifetime. Therefore, when the tribulation lightning pressed down, the dragon god immediately roared out and swept through the world. Next, the huge realm-swallowing beast appeared and actually swallowed the tribulation lightning in the sky. This guy. Meng Lu and the others hid in the distance and couldn't help but exclaim. It was too abnormal. It actually swallowed the tribulation lightning. Bang bang bang. However, this wasn't the end. When the new tribulation lightning descended, colorful flames appeared and formed a huge ancient tablet that smashed down from the sky. And something terrifying happened. The lightning was obviously fast, but the ancient tablet was very slow. However, in the blink of an eye, the ancient tablet caught up with the lightning and suppressed it. This was due to spacetime. Because the huge ancient tablet distorted spacetime, its speed surpassed the lightning. And this was the power of the spacetime divine tablet. In the land of the 9 prefectures, the spacetime divine tablet was also known as the spacetime god eye of the 6 great god eyes. After the 3 ferocious desolate physiques appeared, the tribulation lightning in the sky was completely blocked. Next, Lin Ling's cultivation realm also advanced by leaps and bounds. From the 9th stage of the half-saint realm, he gradually reached the 10th stage of the half-saint realm and finally stepped into the peak of the half-saint realm. After evaluating his combat strength, if the 4 dantians were combined, in addition to the 3 7th-grade desolate physiques, Lin Ling would be an invincible existence in the early stage of the saint realm. Moreover, Lin Ling had reached the late stage of the half-saint realm and could open the 5th dantian. However, he had used up all his treasures, so opening the 5th dantian would have to be delayed slightly. Time passed quietly just like that. After an unknown period of time, Sakura and the others stood up at the side of the pool because they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and were stuck at the 10th stage of the half-saint realm. At the same time, the water in the pool emitted a sound like beans being fried. The water seemed to be boiling and a slender figure floated up. It was Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling. Yes. In the distance, Xiao Yu immediately cried out in surprise and rushed over. Lin Ling took a step and appeared at the side of the pool. Then he picked Xiao Yu up. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, young master. Dou Kening followed behind and looked at Lin Ling with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This was because he realized that Lin Ling had reached the peak of the half-saint realm. Not long ago, Lin Ling was only at the 8th stage of the half-saint realm. This leap in strength was too great. This guy. Meng Lu and the others also noticed the changes in Lin Ling and couldn't help but gasp. This was because Lin Ling had only cultivated for a year. However, it was impossible for him to reach the peak of the half-saint realm in a year, even if he drank treasures like water. After all, although treasures were important, refining them required a certain process. In the past, our realms were higher than his. Now, he has surpassed us. As for his combat strength, sigh, I'm afraid it's unimaginable. Meng Lu shook his head helplessly. Even though he was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, he felt helpless in front of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over and looked at everyone with a smile. He asked, "How long have I been cultivating?" "A year." Sakura replied immediately. His words made Lin Ling frown. He touched his chin and pondered, "Then let's go back to the Great Change Cloud sect." "Second brother, although the Heavenly Court is looking for us now, they are not as crazy as before. Why should we go back to the Great Change Cloud sect?" Sakura was puzzled when he noticed Lin Ling's decision. They went to the Great Change Cloud sect to avoid the limelight. Now that the limelight had passed, there was no point in going back. For Master Xianxia Yun, Lin Ling looked into the distance and said word by word. Sakura and the others were stunned when they heard that. Then they nodded. This was because during the days in the Great Change Cloud sect, they saw that Xianxia Yun seemed to be looked down upon by everyone and was even called a coward. This made them calm on the surface, but in fact, there was an unyielding anger in their hearts. Chapter 3280. Seeing Hua Gu again. Let's go back. Seeing that Sakura and the others were unwilling to give up, Lin Ling strode forward with Xiao Yu in his arms. When he returned, he would make the Great Change Nebula sect proud of Xingxiu Yun because he, Lin Ling, was a disciple of Xingxiu Yun. Walking out of the pool, the Heavenly King Mountain was still quiet, but he could see people leaving in 2s and 3s. I heard that the battle in the north is extremely fierce. It's like a battle between gods. Yes, I have a senior brother in the later stage of the Sage Realm, so he went to the north and witnessed the battle between the Yen province and the 9 states. Compared to the north, the east is not weak. Here, it's the calmest. Since the death of Diwu Demon Elder, we haven't seen any opponents. I don't know who killed Diwu Demon Elder. Some say it's the God Slayer Alliance, some say it's the experts of other sections. Everyone has different opinions. Occasionally, some voices drifted out. When Lin Ling and the others heard it, they all laughed. Diwu Demon Elder? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. That was because he had put away Diwu Demon Elder's body. He was going to take it back to claim credit. Moreover, he was not afraid of being suspected. After all, no one saw who killed Diwu Demon Elder. Everyone just guessed that it was the God Slayer Alliance. But it was just a guess. Lin Ling could tell others that Diwu Demon Elder was seriously injured by the God Slayer Alliance and was killed by Lin Ling's sneak attack. This was a comprehensive story without any loopholes. Hey, I see 2 acquaintances. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Huagu and Firefox Ichiro, who wronged me, those 2 shameless bastards are still alive. It's them? Sakura and the others' faces changed. Then, anger appeared on their faces. They all looked at Lin Ling and asked, "What are we going to do? How dare they wrongly accuse me? Kill them." Lin Ling's voice was cold. How people treat me, I'll treat them in the same way. Lin Ling dared to wrongly accuse him. Lin Ling, of course, would not be soft-hearted. Those 2 people from before were extremely shameless. They caused the deaths of many of their fellow disciples. What's the point of people like them not dying? The afterimage also spoke, his eyes filled with ice-cold murderous intent. The few of them headed in the direction of Flower Song. At this moment, Huagu and Huichiro were leading a dozen Saint Realm martial artists as they advanced along the ancient land. Senior Brother Hua and Senior Brother Huahu are the best. Among them, someone said flatteringly. When the others saw this, they began to speak one after another. Although they were extremely disdainful of Huagu and Yixian, who asked them to be stronger. Moreover, when they passed by a secret land, Huagu and Huichiro also obtained a lot of treasures. What was abhorrent was that Huagu and Huichiro did not share any of these treasures with them. In my opinion, now that the 5th Demon Elder is dead, Senior Brother Hua and Huichiro can claim credit after returning. After all, killing a demon at the martial ancestor realm is a big event in the Yen state. Another person flattered. They knew that the 5th Demon Elder was not killed by Huagu and Huichiro, because they would have knelt down and begged for mercy if they saw the 5th Demon Elder. However, no one knew who killed the 5th Demon Elder. Therefore, when Huagu and Huichiro took the hero's name, no one could find evidence to refute them. You guys are really good at talking. Well, we've obtained some treasures before, so we'll share some with you. Yes, I hate people who monopolize treasures. You should also have a share of the treasures. Hearing the crowd's words, Huagu and Huichiro both laughed. Of course, their words were very nice. In fact, they wanted these people to testify for them that the 5th Demon Elder was killed by them. Otherwise, they would not have taken out treasures to reward these good-for-nothings. Senior Brother Hua and Senior Brother Huichiro are indeed amazing. Hearing this, those people began to flatter them even more frequently. Treasures? Did you steal them from me? However, at this moment, a laugh suddenly rang out in front of them. Then, they saw several figures floating down from the sky and slowly walking toward them. The person in the lead was none other than Lin Ling. This time, Huagu and Huichiro were stunned. Since Lin Ling had given them a big gift, Lin Ling had disappeared. Although they wanted to find him at that time, they were caught by the Demon Elder, so the matter was left unsettled. However, now Lin Ling had jumped into their sight. "It's you? You're a playboy. The others also recognized Lin Ling and Sakura Ichiro. They felt a little strange because wasn't Sakura Ichiro locked up in the demon elder's lair? They did not guess that Lin Ling in front of them was the son of demon. At that time, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak and hiding his aura. How could ordinary people recognize him? In addition, Lin Ling was only in the half-saint realm. He was not even the strongest genius in the Great Change Nebula sect, so it was impossible for him to be the famous son of demon. You still dare to appear in front of me? Hua Gu sneered, his eyes full of ridicule. You too stole my treasures, and now you still dare to appear in front of me. However, in the face of Hua Gu and Huahu Ichiro's sneers, Lin Ling said indifferently. This time, everyone was silent. Treasures? Was Lin Ling saying that the treasures found by Hua Gu and Huahu Ichiro not long ago belonged to Lin Ling? Thinking of this, everyone laughed out loud. This slander was really too lousy. After all, when they entered the secret realm, they were also present and saw Hua Gu and Huahu Ichiro collecting treasures with their own eyes. You are from the White Cloud Villa and the Firefox Valley, right? These two sects are too shameless. Are all the disciples you teach thieves? However, Lin Ling said again, his words full of disdain. The people laughed louder and louder. Among them, a thin young man laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. You are Lin Ling, right? If you want to wrongly accuse senior brother Hua and Huahu Ichiro, you should at least find a good excuse. At the very least, you should find a witness. You are making false accusations without any evidence. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? The young man laughed and walked forward with a mocking look on his face. Sush. However, his laughter quickly stopped because Lin Ling made his move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the young man's neck domineeringly, instantly deciding his life and death. Although the young man was in the first heaven of the sage realm, he was equivalent to an ant in front of Lin Ling. Are you talking about a witness? Aren't you one? Now, let me ask you, did Hua Gu and Huahu Ichiro steal my treasures? Lin Ling was expressionless. His 5 fingers were like pliers, causing the young man's face to turn pale. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. 1. On the contrary, Lin Ling started to count. 2. The young man was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. However, he quickly recovered. He knew that if he didn't testify against Lin Ling would really kill him. Yes. Chapter 3281. Distorting right and wrong. Yes. He immediately made a sound with difficulty. Then, his neck was finally loosened. Lin Ling had released him. Then, under the surprised gazes of the others, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. Powerful boundary essence formed a suction force and grabbed another person in his hand. Let me ask you something. Did Hua Gu and the others steal my treasure? Yes. A simple sentence floated out, but it carried an unparalleled domineering aura. Because Lin Ling's goal was very simple. A year ago, Hua Gu and the others had set a trap and wronged Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling wanted to pay back an eye for an eye. Because with Lin Ling's current strength, killing them was as easy as flipping his hand. However, how could he let these two shameless people off so easily? Therefore, Lin Ling wanted them to be unable to defend themselves and explode in anger. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Hua Gu Huilong, you're too shameless. Yes. Although the captured person was very afraid of Hua Gu and the others, his life was now in Lin Ling's hands. Therefore, he simply surrendered and joined Lin Ling's camp of slandering. And Lin Ling was also using forceful strength to distort right and wrong. How is this guy so strong? Yes. The others' expressions changed immediately. An early-stage Saint Realm expert was facing a half-step Saint Realm expert, but a Saint Realm expert had no power to fight back. This was too unbelievable. It was no wonder that they were shocked. Because their understanding of Lin Ling was only that Lin Ling's speed was very fast and had reached over 100 worlds. That was all. He broke through. If I remember correctly, he was only at the 8th stage of the half-step Saint Realm last time. An old man with white spots on his temples said solemnly. He was also present at the foot of the mountain last time and had seen Lin Ling become everyone's enemy with his own eyes. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling had already fixed his eyes on him. Old man? Oh, that's right. It's easier to believe an old man's words. After speaking, he extended his right hand. Enormous boundary yuan swirled and formed a ferocious vortex. That old man was a sage from Yu Prefecture. He had given pointers to many juniors before, and his cultivation was at the second level of the sage realm. His world essence was also boundless. You dare to capture this old man? In your dreams? Seeing Lin Ling make a move, the old man coldly snorted. He pointed out with his finger, which contained 60% of his cultivation level power. Clearly, although his talent was ordinary and he only had a 6th grade desolate body, his martial arts foundation was not weak. However, he was facing Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was equivalent to the fusion of 4 peak half-saints, and the thickness of his dimension essence was beyond imagination. Rumble. The enormous boundary essence was still indestructible, causing the old man to cry out in alarm, "Not good." He clearly sensed that Jie Yuan wasn't at the peak of the half-saint realm at all, and it was probably comparable to Jie Yuan at the initial stage of the saint realm. He couldn't control his body and shot toward Lin Ling, but Lin Ling grabbed him by the neck. "Old man, how about you be a witness?" Lin Ling said slowly, and his expression was calm. Even a year ago, Lin Ling, who was only at the 8th level of the half-saint realm, was not afraid of an expert at the initial stage of the saint realm. However, at that time, Lin Ling had to use other trump cards to defeat such an expert. Now that he had the strength of a peak half-saint realm expert, he didn't need to use many of his trump cards. Unless he encountered an existence with a 10th grade desolate body. Yes, Hua Gu and the others stole their treasures from you. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he answered straightforwardly. Old man, you are more fair. Lin Ling released him, causing the old man to smile bitterly. Fair? You must have been tortured into confessing. He was a dignified sage who had once given pointers to countless disciples. Today, a junior had turned black into white, and he even had to nod his head in agreement. He felt even more aggrieved. What do you mean? At that moment, the faces of Hua Gu and the others turned even uglier. I know you want to frame us? This is an eye for an eye. Suddenly, Huichiro reacted, and his eyes were filled with anger. He thought of what had happened a year ago. He had set up a trap and slandered this young man, but today, this young man had returned an eye for an eye. What a joke! Who were they? They were the #1 geniuses of the White Cloud Villa and the Fire Fox Valley. They had the right to frame people, and this young man wanted to learn from them? You are too inexperienced. Let me tell you, if you want to distort right and wrong, you have to have the ability. Huichiro took a step forward, and flames appeared behind him, forming a fire fox with its teeth bared. The scorching heat exploded, and the surrounding ground instantly exploded. He turned into a dazzling meteor and shot toward Lin Ling. At the same time, he threw out a punch. If it was in the myriad worlds, it could easily destroy thousands of worlds. Seeing this, Lin Ling was still expressionless, but he did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and threw out a punch. The space around him exploded immediately. This punch not only combined the 4 dantians, but also quietly pushed the god-fiend body to the limit. In the past, he had the strength of 1,000 worlds. However, after a year of seclusion, coupled with the nourishment of those treasures, his physical strength had reached 1,200 worlds. What did that mean? This meant that Lin Ling's power alone was equivalent to the power of 1,200 realms in the 10,000 realms. Boom! 2 figures approached from afar, like comets colliding, and the sound shook the entire Heavenly King Mountain. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. One was an outstanding figure in the half-step saint realm in the Grand Change Nebula sect, and the other was the #1 genius in the saint realm in the Fire Fox Valley. Who was more powerful? There are strong and weak saints in the saint realm. Although Huichiro is only in the 2nd heaven of the half-step saint realm, he has a 9th grade desolate body. Generally speaking, at least 80% of those in the initial stage of the saint realm are no match for him, let alone those in the half-step saint realm. Someone said solemnly. It seemed like he had high hopes for Huichiro. However, Just as he finished speaking, he saw Huichiro's body flying backward and smashing into the ground. If I, Lin Ling, want to wrongly accuse you, who can stop me? Rumble. The ground continued to crack, and a bottomless hole appeared. Lin Ling shot into the hole, and after a short while he lifted up a bloodied figure. It was Huichiro. Such an outcome had undoubtedly frightened everyone. Huagu, who was standing at the side, was shocked. How is Lin Ling so powerful? Huagu remembered that Lin Ling had only fought to a draw with Wangu Wuji. Wangu Wuji was also powerful, but he was not as powerful as them. However, in just a year, Lin Ling had beaten them up. Run! Without any hesitation, Huagu flew into the distance. However, just as he turned around, a huge mountain of white bones appeared behind him. The mountain was filled with nirvana chi, and countless white bones were rolling around, blocking his path. Get lost. Chapter 3282. There was no reason. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. And on top of the mountain, a ghostly figure floated up, causing the scene of the demon god's tomb to appear in the sky. This figure had white hair and was extremely cold. You only want to escape now? It's too late. Unless you have the confidence to safely leave under the combined might of the two of us. The white-haired youth muttered to himself. With just the two of you, Huagu naturally would not compromise. He erupted with all his strength. Flower swords danced in the sky, as if they came from the void. Stubborn. Seeing this, the white bone mountain also began to move. Countless white bones floated up and turned into a huge white bone giant. This giant was so big that it was comparable to 3 mountains. The wind whistled as a terrifying white bone fist was launched at them. At the same time, the white-haired youth beside the white bone giant also moved. His movements were like a dream. With these 2 attacks, Hua Ji's expression finally changed. He could sense that these 2 people's talent was extraordinary. They were probably half a step away from reaching the ultimate desolate body. Even Lin Ling revealed a smile. It seemed like his big brother's strength had increased greatly during this period of time. Wait, what did Lin Ling give you? I'll give you double. I beg you to help me. Hua Ji's flower swords that filled the sky were now emitting explosive sounds as they were being destroyed. He let out an anxious shout. Ha! Hearing this, the white bone giant laughed. The cold white-haired youth also laughed. Even if you give the entire 9 states to us, we will not betray Lin Ling. The 2 shouted at the same time. Their ferocious attacks were already very close to Huagu, causing his eyes to be filled with envy. These 2 people were clearly powerful geniuses. However, these geniuses were not jealous of Lin Ling's strength. Instead, they seemed to believe in Lin Ling. This made him extremely jealous. After all, it was not difficult to convince ordinary powerhouses. But to convince arrogant geniuses, this was harder than ascending to the heavens. It could be said that even if Lin Ling was trash, with his powerful left and right arms, it was enough to make others not dare to bully him. Rumble. At this moment, Sakura and Di Shirtion's strength had indeed increased greatly. Under their joint efforts, Huagu, the genius of the White Cloud Villa, wasn't their match at all and was smashed to the ground. The entire process couldn't even withstand a single blow. So fierce. Everyone was dumbstruck. It was one thing for Lin Ling to be so ferocious, but the 2 people beside him were also so ferocious. It was unbelievable. With these 3 powerful geniuses together, there would be very few people in the various sects of the Yen state who would be able to defeat them. Goyulu. At this moment, Huagu vomited blood, but he was also kicked towards Huichiro by Sakura. The 2 of them sat on the ground with extremely pale faces. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile and beckoned to the people around him. Come. Let us judge these 2 shameless people. First, these 2 are shameless. At the critical moment of life and death, they actually betrayed their fellow apprentices. Am I right? That's right. You're right. These 2 are scum. Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people immediately echoed and stared at Huagu and Di Shirtion as if they were looking at the ugliest people in the world. Huagu and Di Shirtion's eyes immediately turned red. Not long ago, these guys were still flattering them, but now they turned around and targeted them. Second, these two are despicable and shameless. They actually stole my treasure in front of everyone. Am I right? Lin Ling said again. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. Alas, they are also geniuses of the sects of the Yen state. But who knew that they were so greedy and actually did such a thing? I've already advised them, but they didn't listen. Alas, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. Huagu, Huahuichiro, do you know your mistakes? The others spoke with righteous indignation, as if what they said was true. Huagu and Di Shirtian looked at each other and vomited blood. Now, they finally knew what it was like to be wrongly accused. It was simply impossible to defend oneself. It was as if there was a breath in their hearts that they couldn't spit out. Alas, there's no cure. Since it's like this, I can only do justice for the peace of the people of the Yen state. Lin Ling smiled and stepped forward. His eyes were also filled with killing intent. Huagu and Di Shirtian both pointed at Lin Ling. This Lin Ling obviously wanted to kill them, but he framed them with a big crime. In the end, he even righteously said that he was going to do justice for the heavens. He wanted them to be angered to death before they died. The most abominable thing was that the surrounding witnesses knew that this was not true, but they all spoke for Lin Ling. They were convinced by Lin Ling's powerful strength. It was obvious that they were telling the two of them that they were wronged, so what? Before you die, what else do you want to say? Lin Ling was already standing in front of Huagu and Di Shirtian, looking down at them. We can't accept this. Huagu roared. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling's hand was as fast as lightning, and he directly crushed his neck. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to ask them what else they wanted to say, but in fact, he didn't even wait for them to finish speaking. He directly killed one of them. Spare me, I was wrong. We did frame you last time because the number one beauty of Yuheng was always following you. We were jealous, so we asked someone to use a beauty trap to frame you. You're a great person, please don't hold a grudge against us. Spare my life. Seeing Huagu die, Huahuichiro completely panicked and kept kowtowing. I see. The surrounding people suddenly understood. At that time, a few of them were also present, but they didn't know that it was a conspiracy set up by Huahuichiro. They thought that Lin Ling was that kind of pervert. These two are despicable. Then, an old man said disdainfully. In fact, you don't have to explain anything. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Because, even if you didn't frame me, I still want to kill you. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Huahuichiro's neck, making the latter unable to say a word. His eyes were filled with panic and regret. As for the reason? There's no reason. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you. Bang! Following Lin Ling's last sentence, Huahuichiro's neck also exploded. Blood stained Lin Ling's right arm, making him look like the king of hell. He slowly turned his head and smiled at the surrounding people. However, this smile made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble violently. The two of them deserve to die because they stole my treasures. Can you testify for me? Yes. We saw it with our own eyes. The surrounding people all spoke. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the treasures of Huagu and the others floated over. Then, he took out a portion and distributed it to these people. This caused everyone to be slightly surprised. Because Lin Ling was so strong, even if he took it all for himself, they wouldn't dare have any objections. However, Lin Ling had given it to them, and this was clearly much better than Huagu and the others. Moreover, it was even more impossible for them to betray Lin Ling. Okay, goodbye. Chapter 3283. Towards the sky. Brother Ling, give me a hug. Xiao Yu ran over from afar with a smile on her face. Although she had seen Lin Ling kill people, she no longer had the psychological burden she had in the past. That was because she began to understand Lin Ling. Just as what Lin Ling had said previously, he wanted to kill Huagu and the other man. The reason was not because they had wronged Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling did not like them. The main reason was that at Old Demon's Lair, Huagu and the other man had repeatedly betrayed their fellow disciples. Lin Ling looked down on their character. Young master, your strength has greatly increased. Even those at the initial stage of the sage realm could not withstand one strike from you. Dou Kening, who was beside Lin Ling, praised him. He had watched Lin Ling grow up. It had to be said that Lin Ling's growth speed was very fast. Most importantly, his foundation was solid and his combat power was extremely strong. If it was an ultimate desolate body, I wouldn't be able to win. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He had 3 desolate bodies and they were all 7th grade. That was why he could easily crush these people. However, if he encountered an ultimate desolate body, he would have to use all his trump cards. Of course, if Lin Ling's 5th Dantian was born, it would be a different story. That was because the Chaos Divine skill was Lin Ling's strongest talent. Wow, I wonder where these 2 fellows got so many treasures from. Beside them, Sakura and the rest were checking the treasures of Huagu and the other man. At that moment, they could not help but be shocked. That was because there were quite a number of treasures. These 2 fellows must have killed a lot of people to steal their treasures. Lin Ling also took the time to take a look and was secretly surprised. Second brother, take all these treasures for yourself. Following that, Sakura passed the treasures to Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he pondered for a moment and did not refuse. If he wanted to form a 5th Dantian, he would need a lot of treasures. Most importantly, the effects of ordinary treasures were weak. Only treasures from the era of gods would be effective, and there were very few treasures left behind in the era of gods. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to accumulate many little drops into an ocean. He wouldn't even let go of ordinary treasures. Furthermore, the more Dantians the primal chaos divine formula opened, the more resources it would require. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao did not manage to unlock all 9 of his Dantians. In this life, Lin Ling was determined to forge a new path. The 4 great gods? With that thought in mind, Lin Ling looked at the sky again. The 4 great gods left behind from the era of gods were the strongest martial artists that Lin Ling knew of. They surpassed the martial god and could be called ancient gods. In the past, even Li Xiaoyao didn't reach such heights. This made Lin Ling extremely curious about the so-called world of gods. Perhaps, once he surpassed the god level, he would be able to stand at the peak of the 9 prefectures. If I can unlock all 4 of my Dantians, I'll definitely be able to fight against the gods. Lin Ling did not doubt his potential. Li Xiaoyao had not yet unlocked all of his Dantians, but he was already a genius in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, if he could unlock all of his Dantians, his height would be unimaginable. Everyone followed the surging demonic chi on the ground. However, the battle of Heavenly King Mountain seemed to have come to an end. Therefore, the demonic chi began to dissipate, and the ground gradually calmed down. This made Lin Ling and the rest very curious about how intense the battle of the 9 prefectures' big shots would be. Meng Lu, did your Tomb Guardian clan come for this battle? Lin Ling suddenly looked at the white-haired youth beside him and asked curiously. Yes. Meng Lu nodded coldly. Then you missed it? Lin Ling was instantly surprised. If Meng Lu followed the Tomb Guardian clan, he would definitely be able to see the strongest battle of the 9 prefectures. This would definitely be helpful to Meng Lu's martial path. My dad said that I don't need to come for that battle. I'll follow Lin Ling, so I can only follow you. Meng Lu rolled his eyes at Lin Ling and said lightly. Why? At this time, Lin Ling was also a little confused. I know everything, but my dad reckons that the place that the son of demon has been to must be extraordinary. Therefore, whether it is experience or knowledge, following the son of demon is definitely not inferior to watching the battle of the 9 prefectures' big shots. Meng Lu said, I think so too. My second brother is born to attract hatred. Wherever he goes, there will be a battle. You see now, even the demon elder has been defeated by him. Sakura immediately nodded his head in deep understanding. If he did not follow Lin Ling, he would still be a very ordinary existence among the common people. However, following Lin Ling, his world had become even wider. Do you two know how to talk? Do you think that I, Lin Ling, am a troublemaker? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but roll his eyes. Both Meng Lu and Sakura could not help but laugh, but Meng Lu also said seriously, It's not that you are a troublemaker, but your talent, ability, and strength are too mysterious. This will lead you to encounter a stronger world. Because you have been moving towards the sky, there will be no lack of thorns. Only those mediocre people can live an ordinary life, such as ordinary people. Meng Lu has always been talking a lot of nonsense, but this sentence has finally made me agree. Sakura immediately nodded his head. The greater one's ability, the greater the storm one would encounter. This was also the principle of the 9 prefectures. Mediocre people lived an ordinary life. I won't talk nonsense with you. I am curious if Senior Lu Chen, the 9-lantern fish, is also here. Lin Ling shook his head and looked into the distance again. Senior Lu Chen was one of the leaders of the Creation Alliance. In the past, Lin Ling could only look up to him, but now Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to his height. Lin Ling had always wanted to return the favor. In the past, he could not do it, but now he was gradually able to do it. Big brother, help me carry little bunny. I'm so tired. And little dear. Little girl, you never forget to bring them with you wherever you go. All right, put them on Big Brother's back. They aren't heavy anyway. Hee, Big Brother is the best. The few of them chatted as they walked. It was a carefree scene. At this moment, the people of Mount Heavenly King began to appear at the gathering places one after another. At the same time, the people of the Grand Change Nebula sect did the same. Everyone from the first gathering place had returned. Of course, the number of people was much smaller than before. Obviously, many people had fallen in the battle of Mount Heavenly King. Zuyunfei, you're back. Yilingtan, Zilong, you're back too. That's great. The Grand Change Patriarch looked at the people who had returned and could not help but nod in satisfaction. After the battle of Mount Heavenly King, these seedlings should have transformed. This would only be beneficial to their future. Sect leader, Iyuru and the others immediately bowed to the Grand Change Patriarch and the others. Did you meet Demon Elder Diwu? The Grand Change Patriarch looked up and down and then asked with concern. He had just arrived, so he did not know what had happened. Demon Elder Diwu is dead. Chapter 3284. Who is the hero? What? Hearing that, the old ancestor of Tai Yi sect was shocked. He quickly looked into the distance, where many sect leaders had gathered. However, these sect leaders had just returned from a battle. Therefore, when they heard the news, they all gasped. Who is it? These sect leaders asked suspiciously. Killing the Great Devil Sect's 5th Demon Elder was a big deal. If this news spread to the Yen state, that person would definitely be a hero. His sect's reputation would also increase greatly. This, I don't know. It seems to be the Godslayer Alliance, but I'm not sure. Those who had just returned from their adventures shook their heads in confusion. It's me. However, at this moment, a proud voice suddenly rang out. A young man walked out with his hands behind his back. He was a Stage 3 sage from the Great Tang sect of Tai Su. He was one of the top geniuses in this sect. Tang Mingyang? Are you serious? An old man was surprised and stared at the young man. Sect leader, it's me. The young man nodded proudly. His words made many people's expressions change drastically. Then, their eyes shone with admiration. Ah, that's great, that's great. You've done a great service in protecting the Yen state. You're indeed a disciple of the Great Tang sect of Tai Su. After the old man got confirmation, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, he glanced at the other sect leaders with pride and satisfaction in his eyes. There was no doubt that if this news spread, the name of the Great Tang sect of Tai Su would be spread among all the sects in the Yen state. This disciple, it's not good to lie to others in front of the Yen state. If you're found out, you'll lose face instead of fame. However, at this moment, an old voice rang out. Obviously, some sect leaders were not convinced. You're just a sage. How can you kill a demon elder? If you want to lie, you should find a good excuse. The other sect leaders were also shrewd people. They immediately felt that something was wrong. But who would have thought that the young man would laugh out loud and fearlessly say, I know that no one will believe me. Then I will tell you the whole story. In fact, Elder Mo wasn't someone that I could kill. However, the Godslayer Alliance joined forces and severely injured Elder Mo. Elder Mo tried to escape, and at that time, I took the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Elder Mo. Elder Mo, who was severely injured, naturally couldn't block it, so he died at my hands. The son of the demon of the Godslayer Alliance witnessed this with his own eyes. He can testify. With that said, the sect leaders opened their mouths, unable to refute. Because the young man's words did make sense. No matter how strong a dragon was, it would still be very weak when it was heavily injured. It wasn't impossible for a saint-stage cultivator to kill it. This meant that this young man was indeed the hero who had killed Old Demon. Although he didn't rely on himself, this was enough to make him proud. After all, not everyone dared to face the demonic elder. This required courage. Good job, Senior Brother Tang. Grand Essence's Great Tang sect immediately erupted into cheers. People seemed to have confirmed that this young man was the hero who killed the old demon. I'm so envious. Looking at the sect leader of Grand Essence's Great Tang sect, the Tai Patriarch couldn't help but lick his lips. The redness in his eyes was undisguised. Haha, are you really the one who killed old demon? However, just as everyone was looking at the young man with admiration, a chuckle suddenly sounded out at an untimely moment. Then, under countless gazes, a handsome figure slowly walked over. Wuxia. Seeing that figure, the Tai Patriarch frowned. He didn't understand why Wuxia had walked out. So did everyone else. As for the young man, his expression instantly turned ugly. He shouted angrily, "Senior Brother Jiang, do you know what you're saying? It's very shameful to casually slander the hero of the Yen state. Are you going to oppose me because you're jealous?" Ha! Hearing that, the newcomer stopped and laughed heartily. He glanced at the crowd indifferently and said, "I've never been jealous of others. It's just that I'm an honest person and don't like people who lie. Originally, I didn't care who the hero who killed Old Demon was, as long as the Yen state was peaceful. However, I couldn't hold it in earlier. It's not to prove anything, but because I don't want everyone to be deceived like idiots." The young man immediately pointed at the newcomer and was speechless for a moment. The newcomer was Wuxia, the #1 genius of the sage realm of the Grand Essence Nebula sect. He smiled and suddenly shook his head. Forget it, forget it. As long as the Yen state is peaceful, why should I be stubborn about this false reputation? Just pretend that I didn't say those words before. I've offended you before. After saying that, he walked toward the Grand Essence Nebula sect helplessly. The Grand Essence ancestors suddenly became suspicious, and so did the other sect leaders. Finally someone said, "Wuxia, since you've come out, you'd better make things clear. As you said, we don't want to be treated as idiots, especially by a junior. It doesn't feel good to be deceived." But Wuxia hesitated. Say it. After all, it's better to tell the truth to the world. More sect leaders opened their mouths. Alas, Wuxia suddenly let out a long sigh. He seemed very helpless, but in the end he said, "In fact, he's not the hero who killed Old Demon. It's someone else." What? Someone dares to hide such a big matter? Tell us the truth. Hearing that, the other people's faces suddenly changed. Wuxia looked at the young man helplessly and sighed again. "Brother, it's not that I'm against you. I was just speaking nonsense because of my feelings. But now, everyone wants to know the truth. I have no choice but to announce it." Hearing that, the young man's face turned even uglier. Because he was indeed not the hero who killed Old Demon. He just guessed that no one knew who killed Old Demon. Only the people of the Godslayer Alliance knew the whole story. That was why he came out in a fake name. But who knew that Wuxia knew who the hero was? Wuxia, who is that person? The Grand Essence ancestor could not help but ask. Alas, if I say it, people will think that I'm vain. But I can't bear to hide the truth. Forget it, forget it. I don't care what others think. I just need to be brave. Wuxia hesitated for a while and finally made a decision. I'm the one who killed Old Demon. Boom. As soon as he said that, the surroundings seemed to explode. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. The young man's face was full of sarcasm. Jiang Wujie had done so much just to make a name for himself in a different way. If you say it's you, then it's you? The young man laughed heartily. However, his laughter quickly disappeared. Chapter 3285. Do you have any shame? I know you don't believe me, but can you prove it? At the same time, Jiang Wujie said calmly, that battle was earth-shattering. I cooperated with the God-Slayer Alliance and managed to severely injure Elder Mo in the end. However, Elder Mo also summoned a large number of assembled demonic beasts in an attempt to escape. At that time, the God-Slayer Alliance was also greatly weakened and could only watch as Elder Mo escaped. Then I thought of the Yen province and those who had died. Therefore, I risked my last breath to kill Elder Mo and give the Yen province an explanation. In the end, I risked my life to rush through the group of peace demonic beasts and killed Elder Mo, who was dying and trying to escape. When Elder Mo died, all the peace demonic beasts died. That's why I brought the peace demonic beasts back. And this is the proof. Jiang Wujie said word by word, his face full of righteousness. And the surroundings were dead silent. The previous young man had no proof, but Jiang Wujie had proof. Obviously, people believed Jiang Wujie more. At the same time, Jiang Wujie coughed and coughed up blood. Nephew Jiang. Uncle. Many people of the Yen state shouted worriedly. Could it be that he was injured from the collision with Elder Mo? It's okay. Although I'm a little injured, at least I have the face to face the people of the Yen state. Uncle. However, Jiang Wujie waved his hand indifferently. This made people tremble and they admired Jiang Wujie's character even more. Jiang Wujie was the real hero who killed Elder Mo. However, he did not take credit for it. If the seniors had not forced him to tell the truth, he would not have even told the truth. This kind of character was too noble. Senior brother Jiang, I was wrong. As for the young man who wanted to impersonate Jiang Wujie, he also looked guilty. Obviously, he was convinced by Jiang Wujie's character and even believed that the hero who killed Elder Mo was Jiang Wujie. The first genius in the saint realm of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect is as arrogant as the winter plum. The seniors of the various sects also praised Jiang Wujie. Some elders even pointed out to their disciples, you should learn more from Jiang Wujie. He is talented and not weak. What's more, he has a pure heart. For the peace of the Yen state, he is willing to risk his life. If we hadn't pressured him before, I'm afraid he wouldn't have even mentioned this. Yes, we know. Many of the younger generation looked at Jiang Wujie with admiration in their eyes. But Jiang Wujie shook his head helplessly. I'm just doing my part. Without a doubt, Jiang Wujie had become the focus of attention today. After tomorrow, his name would definitely shake the Yen state. In the Great Change Nebula sect, the Great Change ancestor, Zilong, and the others also laughed. They were very excited. No matter what, the Great Change Nebula sect had become famous today. However, a small number of people in the crowd were frowning. These people were also captured by Elder Mo a year ago, and they were the ones who fought back. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Wujie did not dare to face Elder Mo at that time. How could he be the hero who killed Elder Mo? Of course, they were not sure. After all, Elder Mo died outside his lair, and they did not witness the process. Nonsense! But at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly shouted, and the crowd fell silent. Jiang Wujie, do you have any shame? A woman suddenly walked out of the crowd. She looked at Jiang Wujie angrily, and her eyes were ready to devour him. Little Yao. Seeing this, Jiang Wujie's eyes flashed fiercely. If he had known, he would have killed her. This woman was the one who went to draw lots for Jiang Wujie a year ago, but she was later deceived by Jiang Wujie. People also looked at the woman. They did not expect that someone would oppose Jiang Wujie at this time. Jiang Wujie, you're shameless. You're despicable. You're a coward. The woman looked at Jiang Wujie coldly, as if she was going to pour out all the grievances she had suppressed in her heart. In the past year, she had thought it through. Jiang Wujie, whom she had admired and looked up to in the past, was actually a villain. She had been blind to fall in love with such a man. Little Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? Great Simplicity Patriarch frowned. Little Yao was a sage realm expert of Great Simplicity Nebula sect, and she was very close to Jiang Wujie in this mission. However, Little Yao publicly opposed Jiang Wujie. Was this not a disgrace to Great Simplicity Nebula sect? Sect leader, don't be fooled by him. Little Yao looked at Tai Yi old ancestor solemnly and said, "A year ago, we were all captured by the demon elder. That demon elder is cruel and cruel. He actually created a game of death, using lots to decide the life and death of others." What? Hearing this, many people's faces changed dramatically. They did not know about this death game. Jiang Wujie's face also became very ugly. And Jiang Wujie was targeted by the old demon. He asked him to draw lots, but that coward lied to me and asked me to take his place. He then promised me that if I agreed, he would be with me forever. At that time, I was blinded, and I really did draw lots for him. However, I was lucky and did not draw the lot. However, Jiang Wujie burned the bridge after crossing the river. All his previous promises were lies. He lied to me. He is a scumbag. Little Yao pointed at Jiang Wujie and said with righteous indignation. Everyone gasped and turned to look at Jiang Wujie. At this moment, Jiang Wujie was expressionless, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. He thought that Little Yao was too abominable and could not bear to see him live a good life. This was because if Jiang Wujie became a hero, he could have as many beautiful women as he wanted in Yen State. However, Little Yao was jealous and ruined his plans. However, the murderous intent soon disappeared. Jiang Wujie smiled, but it was a helpless smile. Little Yao, love can't be forced. I rejected you, so I can understand your hatred for me. However, you're slandering me like this. This is too extreme. Moreover, I don't care about it personally, but I don't want you to have an inner demon because of this matter. Martial arts is the right path for a cultivator. His words were sincere and sincere. People were stunned, especially the elders of Grand Change Nebula sect. Their eyes lit up because they knew that Little Yao liked Jiang Wujie very much. Could it be that her love had turned into hatred? So Little Yao was slandering Jiang Wujie? Nonsense. Hearing this, Little Yao trembled with anger. Little Yao, let me ask you a question. After Elder O left, did you see me again? Jiang Wujie asked again at this moment. You coward! You had already run away. I didn't see you. Little Yao shouted angrily. Sigh. Chapter 3286. I believe you. Jiang Wujie, you're lying. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, did you see me after Elder Mo left? If you didn't see me, how can you be so sure? Under Jiang Wujie's questioning, Little Yao was rendered speechless. It was a chaotic time, and her heart was dead. She was not in the mood to pay attention to Jiang Wujie. Therefore, even if Jiang Wujie did run away, she could not prove it. Little Yao, open your heart. In this land of the 9 continents, there are many men who are better than me. If you are still so stubborn, then why don't you follow me? I will treat you as my younger sister and find you a good husband. Seeing that Little Yao could not refute, Jiang Wujie looked concerned. So that's how it is. Hatred born out of love? But this woman is too insidious. We were almost fooled by her. No wonder Jiang Wujie doesn't like her. She's so shrewd. If it were me, I wouldn't like her either. Many people also started to discuss spiritedly. They looked at Little Yao with a strange gaze, as if they were looking at a shameless slut. Some women who admired Jiang Wujie scolded her openly. Bitch, do you think you're good enough for Jiang Wujie? Do you have any shame? You failed in your courtship and hate because of love. You're a disgrace to us women. Get out of the Yen state. That's right, bitch. More and more insults were heard. Those voices were like knives, cutting into Little Yao's heart. Her body was trembling because she was also a woman, and she valued her reputation. But now, she had become a rat that was despised by everyone. She looked at Jiang Wujie angrily. She did not expect Jiang Wujie's counterattack to be so strong. She did not kill or injure her, but made it impossible for her to be human. Little Yao wanted to explain. Little Yao, right is right. Wrong is wrong. Face it bravely. However, before little Yao could say anything, Jiang Wujie had already walked up to her and said with concern, "I'll treat you as my sister. Come with me." His words undoubtedly made little Yao feel as if the sky was collapsing. Most importantly, she knew very well that if she left with Jiang Wujie, her fate would be worse than death. Because Jiang Wujie was indeed such a person. He would definitely torture her afterward. "Why don't you all believe me?" Little Yao had no choice but to look at the Tai patriarch and the others. However, all she got in return was a cold stare. "I believe you." However, just as little Yao's heart was like dead ashes and she was about to commit suicide, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A couple of figures slowly walked over from the distant sky. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling at the front? Everyone looked at those people and frowned. Obviously, they didn't know these people. However, there were a few people whose eyes lit up. One of them was Wangu Wuji. Lin Ling? The Tai old ancestor frowned. Clearly, he was unhappy with Lin Ling's sudden arrival. "You are." On the contrary, little Yao looked gratefully at Lin Ling and the others. Right now, only these few people believed her. This made her feel that not everyone in the vast 9 provinces was blind. "I believe you." Lin Ling's voice rang out again. This time, it was resolute and decisive. He looked coldly at Jiang Wujie. He had long been unhappy with this person. When he, Lin Ling, was framed, Jiang Wujie did not help him at all. Instead, he righteously represented everyone and wanted to punish him. And when Jiang Wujie deceived little Yao in Elder Mo's lair, Lin Ling was extremely displeased with this. The most despicable thing was that if these despicable people were honest, Lin Ling would not be angry. However, these despicable people had built their own reputation and deceived Yen's state. Lin Ling could not tolerate this. "Hero? I'll make you a coward." "Young friend, do you know what you're saying?" At this time, an old man looked coldly at Lin Ling. He obviously looked down on Lin Ling, who was not very famous yet. "None of your business." However, Lin Ling shouted angrily. The old man was furious. He immediately looked at the Tai patriarch. "Tai patriarch, how do you discipline your disciples?" The Tai patriarch frowned. He also thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant. "It's okay. Let him speak." However, Jiang Wujie smiled and waved his hand. In his opinion, Lin Ling could not do anything. Fighting with him was like hitting a rock with an egg. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling was the son of the demon who had fought against Elder Mo, he would not be able to remain calm. "Jiang Wujie, do you have any shame?" "I can vouch for the words that the young lady said earlier." Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He looked indifferently at the crowd and spoke slowly. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to speak just because you testify? If I remember correctly, you tried to humiliate and rape a few female disciples in the team. It's hard to believe someone like you." Jiang Wujie smiled and said nonchalantly, "What? Humiliate? Can we still believe the words of someone like him?" The crowd's pupils constricted. They looked at Lin Ling differently. However, Lin Ling did not care. He smiled and looked at Jiang Wujie. "Bullshit. That day at the foot of the mountain, someone set me up. That's why I was regarded as a pervert. Most importantly, as a senior of the Grand Change Nebula sect, Jiang Wujie not only failed to find out the truth, but also conspired with the villain to set me up. This proves 2 things. First, he knew about it. Second, he was incompetent." Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons. The sky above the mountain was silent. "Ha, it's just one side of the story. Do you want me to find some witnesses?" Jiang Wujie was furious. This was the 3rd time that Lin Ling, a junior, had provoked him directly. "Hua Huichiro Huago, please come out and testify." Jiang Wujie said indifferently. "There's no need to shout. I've already killed those 2 scumbags." However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words made Jiang Wujie's pupils constrict. Lin Ling did not wait for him to speak. He continued, "It's because they are the ones who slandered me. By the way, Martial Uncle Jiang, you keep mentioning Hua Huichiro. Could it be that you're having an affair with them?" "Nonsense. I don't know anything about that. I'm just acting according to righteousness." Jiang Wujie frowned. "Righteousness, my ass. I'll make you accept it wholeheartedly. Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. He looked at the crowd and said, "Is there anyone who can testify for me?" Everyone fell silent and looked at each other in disbelief. On the contrary, the sect leaders of the White Cloud Villa and Firefox Valley looked extremely cold. They almost wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed Huahu Ichiro and Huagu. Go ahead and shout. Is there anyone who believes you? Jiang Wujie laughed loudly when he saw that the crowd was silent. Chapter 3287. Interrogation. I can testify for him. Yes. The person who stepped forward was Wangu Wuji. Everyone's eyes widened. Jiang Wujie felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Me too. Yes. We can all do it. Yes. Who would have thought that Wangu Wuji was only the first person to step forward? These people were the ones who had witnessed Lin Ling killing Huahu Ichiro. To them, Lin Ling was much better than Huahu Ichiro. At the very least, he did not take all the treasures for himself. Moreover, Lin Ling had a fiery temper. If they did not help him, they would end up the same way as Huahu Ichiro. Huahu Ichiro, Huagu, and the others admitted it personally. We were all present. Moreover, they stole Lin Ling's treasures and were killed by Lin Ling. Yes. One of the old men said. Although he was not strong, he was still the leader of a sect. He had the right to speak. At this moment, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. Could it be that Lin Ling was wrongly accused? Was he not a pervert? Even so, this only proves that you are not a bad person. That's all. Jiang Wujie did not expect things to turn out this way. These people had nothing to do with Lin Ling, but they were speaking up for Lin Ling. This made his heart burn with anger, but he held it in. That's all? Junior Uncle Jiang, you're dreaming. If I, Lin Ling, want to play you to death, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand. Who knew that Lin Ling would laugh lightly, and his words were even more arrogant? Lin Ling could not hold back his temper against a despicable person like Jiang Wujie. You piece of trash, scum, coward. If I don't destroy your reputation today, I, Lin Ling, will write my name backwards. Lin Ling's words were getting louder and louder. When he saw Jiang Wujie's face darken with anger, his heart was filled with joy. I'm here to prove that this lady's words are correct. However, my strength is limited, so I hope that people with principles will fight with me. In Old Mo's lair, he played us with the game of death, showing us the ugliness between people. However, it also showed us that people still have principles. At least there is a group of people who are not afraid of Old Mo, who are not afraid of death, who are courageous, who are true warriors. These people, please fight with me, just like how you fought Elder Mo. Lin Ling looked at the crowd around him and said word by word. The crowd was silent, but there were many people who were secretly clenching their fists, because they were a group of brave warriors. I believe you. I'm not even afraid of Elder Mo, let alone others. I'll support you. Although I don't know if you participated in the battle in Old Mo's lair, based on what you said just now, I'm sure that you're also a courageous person. You definitely faced Old Mo head-on. Now, if I don't support you, who will? After a moment of silence, a heroic voice finally spoke up. At first, they were not sure if Jiang Wujie was the one who killed Old Mo, so they kept silent. However, Lin Ling's words ignited their flames of war. They also knew that Lin Ling must be a comrade who had fought side by side and walked through the hands of the Grim Reaper. Therefore, they stepped forward. We can all prove that in Old Mo's game of death, this lady really did draw lots for Jiang Wujie, and Jiang Wujie also deceived him. After those people stepped forward, they said in unison, boom. As soon as they said that, everyone's hearts exploded. Countless eyes looked at Jiang Wujie, and the admiration in their eyes quietly changed. Meanwhile, little Yao knelt in the sky emotionally, her eyes filled with tears. In this world, there were still people who believed in her. In this world, there were still people who had principles. Jiang Wujie, how does it feel to fall from heaven to hell? Lin Ling laughed heartily. Looking at those people who stepped forward, he also thought of the scene where they joined forces to fight Old Mo. This made his heart boil. Scum, coward, answer me. He took a step forward and looked at Jiang Wujie fearlessly. Jiang Wujie was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wanted to kill this ant on the spot. He never expected that he would lose 10% of his success to a piece of rat shit. His eyes turned red, and a murderous aura quietly swirled. What? You want to kill me? Come on. However, even though Jiang Wujie had hidden it well, Lin Ling could still sense it clearly, so he said lightly. These words shocked Jiang Wujie, and he forced himself to calm down. He smiled faintly and said, "You're right. I did lie to her back then, but I had my reasons. Because if I drew the life and death lot, how could I kill old Imo? For the sake of Yen's state, I'd rather bear this infamy." Bullshit. You're still putting on an act at a time like this. Hearing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but swear again, but soon he smiled mockingly. Are you trying to say that even if you lied to that girl, you're at least the one who killed old Imo? Right? Yes, for the sake of the big picture, I can sacrifice myself. Jiang Wujie also took a step forward and confronted Lin Ling. I'm sorry, but I'm going to slap your face again. Remember, today I, Lin Ling, am here to restrain you. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. You said you killed old Imo. Then let me ask you, how did old Imo die, and where did he die? This. Jiang Wujie was stunned. He obviously didn't expect someone to ask him this. Looks like you didn't do enough homework. Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. Tell me, did old Imo die in the sky or on the ground? He died in the sky. Bullshit, he died on the ground. He was killed by the son of demon in the end by the God-Slayer Alliance. At that time, I'm guessing you were running away. Or maybe you were lucky. If the son of demon hadn't appeared, you would have died. I didn't. Faced with Lin Ling's forceful questioning, Jiang Wujie was obviously a little flustered. After all, he really wasn't there. Everything was just his imagination. I have to admit that you have a sharp tongue. But the facts prove everything. Let me show you, this is the evidence. However, thinking of the trump card in his hand, Jiang Wujie was still extremely forceful. He opened his hands, and those demonic beast corpses scattered in the sky. Do you see? This is the evidence that I killed old Imo. No matter what you say, it's useless. Then, Jiang Wujie's aura became stronger, as if to prove himself. He took a step forward, and an endless aura spread out. Looking at those demonic beast corpses, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Chapter 3288. Utterly discredited. Speak. Why aren't you speaking? In Jiang Wujie's eyes, Lin Ling's silence was a sign of guilt. What are your intentions? Why are you trying to frame me like this? I know you don't like me because your master used to be Xianxia and was scolded by me when I was young. That's why you harbor hatred in your heart and target me at every turn. As your senior uncle, I've never minded your rudeness, but you've gone too far in bullying me. This time, Jiang Wujie seemed to be in control of the situation. He began to attack Lin Ling fiercely. Speak. Following his shout, many people's eyes flickered. Although Jiang Wujie had deceived a girl, which was somewhat shameful, Jiang Wujie was still the hero who killed Elder Demon. There was no comparison between the two. Righteousness was more important. Young friend, what else can you prove? A senior asked. Lin Ling, Jiang Wujie is your martial uncle. If you're unhappy with him, you can talk about it when you return to the sect. It's not right to expose his scars in front of so many people. The Taiyi Patriarch said. Seeing that people were siding with him again, Jiang Wujie sneered inwardly. He stared murderously at Lin Ling. It seems that you have nothing else to say. Now, as a disciple, you've slandered your elders and wronged the hero of Yen State. I wonder if you'll atone for your sins with your death. Jiang Wujie, I really have nothing to say. Lin Ling finally smiled. But do you think that by picking up these corpses, you can prove that you killed Elder Demon? Of course. Jiang Wujie nodded immediately. I'm sorry, but this only proves that you're a very good garbage collector. That's all. But when it comes to taking advantage of others, I'm no worse than you. Lin Ling was still smiling, but he waved his right hand. Then, an old man's corpse floated out. The corpse was headless and wore a large cloak. It looked like he had died a terrible death. Where did you find this corpse? Are you trying to say that this is the corpse of the demon elder? Haha, I, Jiang Wujie, have been practicing martial arts since I was a child and have seen countless strange things. Now I know that what happened today is the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life. Looking at the corpse, Jiang Wujie could not help but laugh. In his opinion, was Lin Ling trying to compete with him to see who had more corpses? Lin Ling must have gone crazy. You're right, this is indeed old demon's corpse. Who knew that Lin Ling would nod his head honestly? Ha! Jiang Wujie laughed even louder. Many people felt the same way. What a joke! If a half-Saint Realm Jr. could obtain the Elder Devil's corpse, then martial ancestors would be everywhere. This corpse has a very dense demonic aura. However, at this moment, someone floated towards Lin Ling and started to examine him carefully. This was because he was the warrior from the Yen state who had fought with the demon elder. He was also one of the strongest warriors present. Therefore, he was somewhat familiar with the demon elder. Oh my God, this really is the demon elder's corpse. Then the man roared. Silence. The sky and the earth were dead silent. People were still laughing, but their laughter had become silent. The demon elder's corpse. Then, it was picked up by this half-saint stage junior? Jiang Wujie looked as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Earlier, he had been joking with Lin Ling that it was the demon elder's corpse. Now, his joke had come true. However, the demon elder was so terrifying that even he did not dare to approach him. How could Lin Ling have obtained the corpse? Senior, are you seeing things? Jiang Wujie asked the senior in a sharp voice. Even my master did not dare to say this to me, but you're doubting me? However, the senior's face turned cold. It seemed that he did not like being doubted. Don't tell me that I can't recognize the demon elder who fought with me for a month. The senior's voice became colder and colder. He looked directly at Jiang Wujie so that the latter would not dare to be arrogant anymore. Jiang Wujie, I wonder which is more powerful, your bird beasts or my headless corpse? While Jiang Wujie was speechless, Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Well, the demon elder could have turned into a bird beast. Under such circumstances, Jiang Wujie could not find any other excuse. He could only twist the truth. After he finished speaking, he wished he could slap himself because even he didn't believe such an excuse. Of course, Jiang Wujie was not a pushover. He shouted angrily, Impossible! How could you kill the demon elder? Tell me, what did you do? I really couldn't kill him. However, at that time, the God-Slayer Alliance and the Demon Elder were fighting to the death. Both sides were badly injured. Finally, they saw me passing by and asked me for help. As for me, I did not lack courage, fighting spirit, and perseverance. So, I walked up to the Demon Elder and cut off his head for the peace of the Yen state. Hearing that, Lin Ling said with a smile. This was what Jiang Wujie had said before. Lin Ling had borrowed it. In fact, I hate vanity the most. I prefer to keep a low profile. However, I could not stand the people of the Yen state being deceived. So, under the pressure of many seniors, I had no choice but to tell the truth. Lin Ling spread his hands and said again. That look and those words were exactly the same as what Jiang Wujie had said before. Especially that helpless look of his. Jiang Wujie was so angry that he almost exploded. Uncle Master Jiang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to target you. I did it on purpose. However, just as Jiang Wujie was about to vomit blood, Lin Ling's voice became cold again. On purpose. Lin Ling had purposely come to suppress Jiang Wujie. Wujie. Seeing that everything had come to light, the Tai ancestor could not help but sigh softly. The way people looked at Jiang Wujie had completely changed. Jiang Wujie was weak and cowardly. He had deceived the girl who liked him and burned the bridge after crossing it. What was worse was that such a person had the nerve to call himself a hero and had almost deceived the entire Yen state. I didn't expect Jiang Wujie to be this kind of person despite his outstanding talent. I actually admired him before. Pooh, what a shameless person. He's too shameless. Without any suspense, angry curses immediately sounded. The curses were even louder than the ones that had mocked little Yao. Jiang Wujia's reputation was ruined and he was too ashamed to face anyone in the Yen state. Perhaps, it would not be long before the name of scum fell on Jiang Wujia's head. When little Yao saw that Jiang Wujia was in a similar situation, she cried even louder. However, her face showed the most excited smile of her life, as if her grievances had been cleared. "Uncle Master Jiang, I'm sorry." On the other hand, Lin Ling shrugged at Jiang Wujia and strode away. "You want to play with me? To be honest, I'm afraid you won't be enough for me." Chapter 3289. Generous Rewards. Sometimes, killing a shameless villain was very satisfying, but to destroy his reputation and force him into a corner, this was even more delightful. At this moment, countless curses drifted into Jiang Wujia's ears. He stood quietly in the sky as if he was dead. Since he was young, he had always been the center of attention. What greeted him was praise. Today, he was still the center of attention. However, what greeted him was mockery, curses, and disdain. "Lin Ling," he muttered to himself, then strode away. Obviously, he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. He knew that his reputation had been completely ruined. God is watching what we do. The Tai Yi ancestor sighed as he watched Jiang Wujia leave. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated look in his eyes. Xing Xiun's disciple, Lin Ling. Although he already knew that Lin Ling and the others were cultivating in the Great Change Nebula sect, he did not pay much attention to Lin Ling and the others at that time. He thought that Lin Ling and the others were on par with Xing Xiun. However, the nameless Lin Ling and the others had started to rise to the top, and they were even able to fight Wangu Wuji to a draw. However, this was not the end of it. In the Battle of Heavenly King Mountain, he killed Elder Demon and took away all the glory of his most valued disciple, Jiang Wujia. His feelings towards Lin Ling were really complicated. There was a hint of resentment in his voice because Lin Ling had ruined Jiang Wujia's reputation. However, he was also a little proud because Lin Ling had also made the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect famous in the Yen state. "Lin Ling, right? You've made a great contribution to the Yen state. The Yen state will reward you. Furthermore, your name will spread throughout the Yen state." At this moment, the strongest old man said with a smile. Lin Ling, on the other hand, nodded his head lightly, as if he didn't care at all. His calm demeanor made people secretly admire him. Compared to Jiang Wujia, Lin Ling was not pretentious. He really did not want to be famous. Jiang Wujia, on the other hand, retreated in order to advance. He looked like he wanted to keep a low profile, but in reality, he wanted to be the center of attention. Of course, their guess was not wrong. Lin Ling did not want to be too famous because the more famous he was, the more dangerous it would be. It was just that he was very unhappy with Jiang Wujia, so he took the risk to tear off his hypocritical mask. "Thank you, Lin Ling." At this moment, little Yao walked over and bowed deeply to Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, she wouldn't know how to live her life. "Don't worry about it, it's nothing much." Lin Ling had a good impression of this woman because she was willing to gamble with her life for love, daring to love and daring to hate. It was just that she loved the wrong person. Then, everyone started to return. The trip to the Heavenly King Mountain was finally over. As for the result, ordinary people didn't know who won and who lost. Lin Ling and the rest also didn't know who got the god's treasure in the end. After returning to the Great Simplicity Nebula sect, Lin Ling and the rest returned to the West Mountain. They looked at each other and laughed. Although they didn't know who got the god's treasure in the end, they had gained a lot of benefits and their strength had increased greatly. "Second brother, we can't stay here for long. Wenyan Martial God will find us sooner or later. So, when do you plan to leave?" Sakura suddenly said after thinking for a while. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flickered, but he shook his head and said, "We'll find out sooner or later. If we leave now, it'll be easier for the new heavenly court to find us. So, we should try to improve our strength during this period." I agree with Lin Ling. If we leave, we can only run for our lives. We won't have time to cultivate. Although it's dangerous to stay in the Yen state, it's not a big problem in the short term. It's enough for us to improve our strength again. Meng Lu nodded. In the end, they decided to stay in the Great Simplicity Nebula sect to cultivate. Moreover, after the recent incident at the Heavenly King Mountain, Xianxia Yun's name had returned to the Great Simplicity ancestor's heart. So, they had settled one of their worries. Lin Ling, Sakura, Meng Lu, this is the reward from the Great Simplicity ancestor for you, 90 million royal crystals. At this time, an old man walked over with a smile. He was an expert at the peak of the sage realm. Masters Jr. He followed behind him, and he looked shocked. Obviously, he knew about Lin Ling's feat at the Heavenly King Mountain. So, he was both excited and surprised. 90 million royal crystals? Lin Ling and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a huge sum of money. It could be said that 10 million royal crystals could nurture one initial stage sage. 90 million royal crystals was enough to nurture 9. Of course, the sages that could be nurtured were only ordinary sages. It was obviously not enough to nurture genius-level sages. However, 90 million royal crystals was still a huge sum of money. Lin Ling, you're very impressive. You've greatly raised the prestige of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. 60 million royal crystals were rewarded by the major sects in the Yen state. 30 million royal crystals were given to you by the Great Simplicity ancestor. He thinks highly of you, the old man said with a smile. Masters Jr. He, who was behind him, trembled when he heard that. Tears welled up in his eyes. A personal reward from the Great Simplicity ancestor? If senior brother Xing was here, he would probably be in tears. At this moment, Masters Jr. He seemed to be even more excited than Xing Xiun. Perhaps he had been in the Great Simplicity Nebula sect for too long and had heard too many words that looked down on the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. At that time, there was nothing he could do but suppress the unwillingness in his heart. Now, the disciples of Xing Xiun had done it. They had greatly raised the prestige of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. Thank you. Compared to Masters Jr. He's excitement, Lin Ling and the other two were a little calm. Perhaps to them, this was how it should be. The Great Simplicity ancestor asked you to cultivate patiently. If you lack anything, feel free to mention it. Moreover, the entire Great Simplicity Nebula sect is open to all of you. The old man said again, is it possible to enter the Great Simplicity Divine Treasury as well? Masters Jr. He could not help but exclaim. His words made the old man smile and nod gently, of course. The Great Simplicity Divine Treasury was the core of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. It recorded the cultivation techniques and deeds left behind during the deity era. Only the last disciples of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect could enter. Did that mean that the Great Simplicity ancestor had already taken Lin Ling and the other two as his last disciples? Thinking of this, Masters Jr. He became even more excited. All right, we'll take a look when we have time. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. After a few more polite words, the old man took his leave. After that, Masters Jr. He circled Lin Ling and the others as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Masters Jr. He, please stop circling me. If you keep circling me, I'm going to get dizzy. Yes. You've done such a great thing. Moreover, your reaction is too calm. Yes. Chapter 3290. Someone come. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling and the other two looked at each other, while Xiao Yu, who was at the side, chuckled. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others continued to cultivate in a low-key manner as usual. On the contrary, Yu Ro would occasionally come, adding a touch of color to the West Mountain. Everyone in the Great Change Nebula sect knew that there were a few arrogant fellows hiding in the West Mountain. These people were very strong, but they rarely showed themselves in the Great Change Nebula sect. It seemed like they didn't care about fame and fortune. Because of this, they were worshipped by the people in the Great Change Nebula sect. The disciples of Constellation Clouds are amazing. The seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect thought to themselves. Someone had even gone to Yu province and informed Xing Xiun of this matter. There was no doubt that Xing Xiun was flattered. He had left Great Change Nebula sect for so many years, but the sect had never paid any attention to him. Today, however, his senior and junior brothers came to visit him in person. Most importantly, These senior and junior brothers whom he had not seen for thousands of years were extremely courteous to him. This made Xianxia extremely emotional, and tears began to flow out of his old eyes. When Xianxia thought of Lin Ling and the others, a sense of pride rose in her heart. In the past, when he encountered the 8 gods' heavenly palace in the Dragon Tomb, he had never thought that this encounter would be the best decision he had ever made in his life. Lin Ling and the others also received a reply from the constellation cloud. This made them happy. This was because no matter how famous they were in the Grand Change Nebula sect or the Yen state, they did not care at all. Instead, they cared about their master. At least for now, his master's infamy had been washed away. Since Lin Ling and the other 2 had the qualifications to enter the Great Change God Treasury, they naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. They entered this martial arts treasure ground and began to comprehend it as if they were thirsting for it. This was especially true for Lin Ling. He already had a deep foundation in martial arts. On top of that, he had also gained a lot from reading the divine cultivation method. His illusionary god true inheritance had also quietly improved, reaching the level of myriad transformations. Myriad transformations was an even higher realm above 1,000 transformations. It was also known as 1,000 transformations. The strength of myriad transformations was enough to transform a realm, causing an illusion of Lin Ling to appear, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Moreover, the next realm after myriad transformations was the illusory god world. It could create another world that was even more terrifying. Senior Brother Lin Ling. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and the rest entered and exited the Great Simplicity Divine Treasury, Zilong and the rest all bowed when they saw Lin Ling and the rest. Right now, they were completely convinced by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them and continued to cultivate in a low-key manner. Although he had obtained 90 million Emperor Crystals and shared them equally with Sakura Shirtian and the others, and Lin Ling had taken 40 million Emperor Crystals, Lin Ling still had a feeling that these Emperor Crystals were still lacking if he wanted to open his 5th Dantian and break through to the next realm. Therefore, he still valued cultivation resources very much at the moment. On this day, Great Simplicity Nebula sect welcomed a few figures. These people were very young and had reached the initial stage of the Sage Realm. These people strode in with their heads held high, ignoring the rules of Great Simplicity Nebula sect. They directly entered, causing many people to look at them with hostility. Although Great Simplicity Nebula sect wasn't the top sect in Yen State, it was God's legacy sect in Jiuzhou. How could it be easy for others to enter? I'm here to look for someone. The skinny young man who led the group said flatly. Sir, do you think you can find someone just because you say so? Many people were enraged when they saw the young man turning a blind eye to them. An elder from Great Simplicity Nebula sect strode over. The aura of a sage surged out quietly, as if he wanted to teach these people a lesson. However, in the face of the expert in the later stage of the Sage Realm, those people still had their hands behind their backs and were calm. When the elder's attack was about to reach them, the skinny young man who led the group said, Is there no one else in the dignified God's legacy sect? Can you only rely on some seniors? This young man was not afraid even if the sky collapsed. Obviously, he had a different aura from ordinary people. This made the elder frown and forcibly stop his attack. Firstly, he was also frightened by the young man's indifferent attitude. Generally speaking, a person who could have such an aura must have a strong background. Secondly, this young man was right. They had come to Great Simplicity Nebula sect to look for someone. If Great Simplicity Nebula sect was not satisfied, they could let the rising stars in the sect chase them away. If they let the seniors take action, it would be a disgrace to Great Simplicity Nebula sect. I wonder who you are looking for, little friends? The elder stood still and said flatly. We are looking for 3 people. Lin Ling, Sakura, and Meng Lu. However, the thin young man hadn't even spoken when a handsome young man by his side spoke. Even though he was taller and more handsome, it was obvious that the thin young man was the leader of this group. Hearing that, the elder's face changed slightly. At present, Although Lin Ling and the other two had not been personally recognized as last disciples by Great Simplicity Old Ancestor, everyone knew that Lin Ling and the other two were already last disciples. However, Lin Ling and the other two were too arrogant. They only needed to pay a visit to the Grand Empyrean Patriarch and they would become his last disciples. However, Lin Ling and the other two had yet to pay a visit to the Grand Empyrean Patriarch. In any case, in Great Simplicity Nebula sect, no one dared to look down on Lin Ling and the other two. "Why are you looking for them?" The elder immediately frowned and asked. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to find them, just find them. I heard that Lin Ling and the other two are quite strong. Today, we are here to see them. Of course, if they don't dare to come out, we can let them go if they kowtow 3 times in front of us," the handsome young man said proudly. "Feng Yun." However, the skinny young man at the side immediately spoke. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "He, Brother Wuji, we also want to see how strong Lin Ling is. Anyway, we don't believe that he can fight you to a draw." Seeing that, the handsome young man immediately smiled apologetically. After hearing that, the skinny young man did not say anything. He also knew that his group of brothers were very arrogant. They thought that they had a strong background, so they did not take anyone seriously at all. Among them, they were very dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Of course, if it were in the past, he would also be somewhat disdainful of Lin Ling and even doubt his strength. However, after 2 rounds of learning from each other, he knew that Lin Ling was hiding secrets that even he did not know about. Therefore, it was also beneficial for them to teach these guys a lesson. "Go, call Lin Ling and the other two out." Seeing that the skinny young man did not refuse, the rest of them smiled. "You think you can do that?" However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. The crowd parted and several figures slowly walked over. It was Zilong Yilingtian and the others. Chapter 3291. Lin Ling couldn't even withstand a single blow. That handsome young man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the person who had arrived. After his words sounded, a formless and colorless wind rose. It was extremely ethereal. In the next instant, that young man's figure appeared in front of the two of them. A palm gently slammed forward. 100 realms speed. The expressions of the Zilong duo changed drastically when they realized this. They wanted to resist, but it was clearly too late. They were sent flying with a single move. Too weak. The young man didn't even look at the two of them as he spoke. Instead, he stared at the other person and said, "Your strength is quite formidable. You should be able to step into the Saint Realm at any moment. However, you're still very weak against me." The person he was looking at was Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei's expression was extremely ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. As one of the Flame Emperor's men, he naturally recognized who this group of people was. Therefore, he said, "Send someone to invite Lin Ling and the others." "Yes, senior brother." People could see that none of the younger generation of the Grand Change Nebula sect was a match for these people. Therefore, some of them immediately flew towards the West Mountain. Not long after, several figures appeared on the West Mountain. Then, they did not dare to fly and followed the mountain path. In the distance, they saw a figure standing quietly on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. Senior brother Lin Ling. These people's faces immediately lit up with joy. They hurriedly ran over and told him what had happened before. "Oh, you specifically asked for the 3 of us?" At this moment, that figure turned around. His expression was calm, but there was an air of majesty about him. "Their strength is at the Sage Realm. One of them seems to be the leader, but he is very thin and small. Right now, the elders of the sect don't dare to make a move for fear of being a topic of ridicule. Therefore, the sect sent us to invite senior brother Lin Ling and the other two." Those people spoke one after another. "Thin and small? In the Yen state, I don't know many people. I'm afraid he's the only one with such characteristics." However, those people originally wanted to quietly wait for Lin Ling's reply, but who would have thought that instead, a voice came from behind them. They saw a handsome young man walk out of the small house. It was Lin Ling. "This guy is interesting." Furthermore, this Lin Ling was not done yet. At the foot of the mountain, Another Lin Ling walked up. What's going on? All of them were instantly flabbergasted. After all, they were half-Saint Realm experts as well, and ordinary concealment techniques were utterly unable to deceive them. However, they clearly realized that they couldn't see through these identical Lin Ling at all. Could it be the external incarnation technique left behind by the gods? Second brother, since he's looking for us, let's go and have a look. At the same time, Sakra's voice also sounded in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Then, a large number of figures flew out from the forest. Two of them were Sakra and Meng Lu, while the others were all Lin Ling. This time, those people all rubbed their eyes, their faces full of confusion. But soon, something like a dream occurred. Lin Ling's silhouettes disappeared in an instant as if they had never been there. On the other hand, the first figure in front of them was looking at them with a smile. I'm about to faint. Yes. Which one is real, and which one is fake? Yes. Lin Ling's senior brother's technique is too powerful. I'm afraid that even a sage can't see through it. Yes. With regards to this kind of godlike method, these few people were thoroughly impressed. How could they know that this was Lin Ling's illusion god real inheritance? Myriad transformations. Let's go. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and left the West Mountain with Sakra and the others. During this period of time, they had all been cultivating in seclusion. However, they also discovered that their cultivation speed was getting slower and slower. This made them realize that blindly cultivating would sometimes slow down their cultivation speed. On the contrary, if they stopped for a while, they would have more momentum. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered in the Grand Change Nebula sect, and they were all looking at those young men. Especially some seniors in the Sage Realm, they were originally furious. However, someone recognized the origin of those people, and in the end, none of them dared to speak out rashly. That was because those people had a powerful background. They were from the number 1 family in the Flame State, the Wangu clan. On the other hand, those people had taken out chairs from nowhere. They were drinking tea and chatting casually. Long time no see. However, at this moment, a voice rang out, and the eyes of everyone in the Grand Change Nebula sect lit up. Those who were drinking tea frowned, especially the skinny young man. He even revealed a smile. In the distance, a few figures walked over slowly. The person in the lead was dressed in a blue robe, and he looked calm and confident. He's finally here, the skinny young man said with a smile. He's Lin Ling? Brother Wuji, let me test him. Wangu Fengyun, who was standing beside the skinny young man, looked at him with disdain. He thought that Lin Ling, who was praised by Wangu Wuji, would be very powerful. In the end, it turned out that he was only at the peak of the half-step sage realm. Such strength was not enough for him to look at. Wind god, cloud god. However, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling cleanly. Hence, he used his full strength. He had a grade 10 desolate body and was in the first heaven of the sage-to-be realm. He was no longer an ordinary sage-to-be. Lin Ling, right? Let me have a taste of your strength. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. A terrifying force exploded in the sky above the Grand Change Nebula sect. Everyone was extremely nervous when they saw this. Sakra and the others shook their heads and left Lin Ling's side. They then continued to walk forward. Rumble. Wind palms and rain fists descended from the sky. This move made everyone realize how powerful the skinny young man was when he used his full strength. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was flipped over. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. How can you be so powerful? Lin Ling let out a cry of surprise. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This outcome undoubtedly shocked the entire Grand Change Nebula sect. Just one move? The gap between their realms is too big. However, these people are from the Wangu clan. This clan has the protection of a god. Their strength is definitely not simple. After recovering from the shock, the seniors frowned and said, although they were surprised by the outcome, they felt that it was normal. Of course, you have to look up to my strength. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be the one who killed Old Demon. Your strength is too disappointing. Wangu Fengyun looked down at Lin Ling. He was also surprised by the outcome of his move. However, his surprise was soon replaced by pride. Was this the Lin Ling that brother Wangu Wuji was talking about? Is this the hero of the flame state, Lin Ling? He doesn't deserve his reputation. Get up, Lin Ling. I'll let you make one move first. Your Excellency, I'm not your match. Even if you don't want to fight, you still have to fight. If you don't attack, don't blame me for attacking. Sorry, I admit defeat. Chapter 3292. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? He continued to use his full strength to torture Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to groan in pain. He looked extremely pitiful. Brother Wuji, did you see that? You must have been fooled by Lin Ling. He's as weak as an ant. The more he tortured Lin Ling, the more satisfied Wangu Fengyun felt. He even spoke to Wangu Wuji proudly. Fengyun, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Wangu Wuji's voice rang through the air, and there was a trace of anger in his voice. Wangu Fengyun was stunned when he heard Wangu Wuji's voice. He didn't understand what Wangu Wuji was trying to say. Turn around and take a look. Wangu Wuji spoke once more, and his words caused Wangu Fengyun to turn around. The moment he did, his face contorted in pain. Beside Wangu Wuji, there were 3 people with smiles on their faces as they sat around the table, drinking tea. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? What's going on? Wangu Fengyun couldn't help but turn to look at Lin Ling. When he realized that Lin Ling was still begging for his life, he was stunned. Everyone noticed the change in Wangu Wuji's expression, and their eyes widened in shock. When did Lin Ling go over there to drink tea? Come back. Don't embarrass yourself. While you're feeling proud of yourself, he's treating you like a monkey. Wangu Wuji spoke again. He knew that Lin Ling was merely giving him face. Otherwise, Wangu Fengyun would be beaten up like a stray dog. Even though Lin Ling was only at the peak of the half-true saint realm, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Thank you, Wangu Wuji said to Lin Ling, who was standing beside him. Lin Ling chuckled. There's no need for that. On the contrary, I should be thanking you. You were the first one who supported me the last time. It's just a small matter. Wangu Wuji chuckled. One had to know that he had maintained a cold expression ever since he arrived at the Great Change Nebula sect. He didn't even frown in front of true saints. He didn't even greet them politely. Only when he faced Lin Ling did he smile. In the distance, Wangu Fengyun felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and bury himself in it. Even so, he couldn't help but turn around and look at Lin Ling. It's just a small trick. If we fight head-on, you're definitely not my opponent. Fengyun, you can't even see through his methods. Where did you get the confidence to say that? If he wants to kill you, you won't even know how you will die. Wangu Wuji coldly, Wangu Wuji, Wangu Wuji, Wangu Wuji, and Wangu Wuji. Indeed, he couldn't even see through the illusion. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, how could he resist? He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling and the other 2 before bowing respectfully. No wonder Brother Wuji is full of praises for you. I have experienced it today. I hope that Senior Lin Ling won't hold it against me for my recklessness. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand when he heard what Wangu Wuji had said. When the members of the Great Change Nebula sect saw this, they laughed. The elders were extremely proud of Wangu Wuji. At the very least, there was someone among the younger generation in the Great Change Nebula sect who could withstand the provocation of the Wangu clan. Brother Wuji, you didn't come all the way here just to have a cup of tea, right? Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Wangu Wuji. It was obvious that Wangu Wuji wasn't a refined person. He was a martial arts fanatic who wanted to follow in the footsteps of the gods in the future. It was impossible for him to come and have a cup of tea with Lin Ling. Of course not. I just wanted to go to a place and I thought of you. That's why I invited you to come with me, Wangu Wuji said as he sipped his tea. In the Yen Prefecture? Lin Ling asked. Of course. Other than the Yen Prefecture and Miao Prefecture, I don't want to go to the other divine prefectures. Wangu Wuji nodded. Lin Ling, on the other hand, glanced at Sakura and Meng Lu and finally nodded. They had been in seclusion for too long, and it was a good opportunity for them to go out and take a look. Perhaps they might be able to make a breakthrough. Let's go then. Wangu Wuji smiled when he saw Lin Ling and the others nodding their heads. He then left with Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others didn't treat the Great Simplicity Nebula sect as their own. Hence, they didn't even bother to say goodbye. However, the Great Simplicity Nebula sect didn't care about their rudeness. On the contrary, many people were excited when they saw Lin Ling and the others leave. They felt proud of them. I didn't expect the Wangu clan to treat the Great Simplicity Nebula sect as their equal. Moreover, these people are disciples of the Constellation Nebula sect. The Great Simplicity Old Ancestor said with a sigh. Apparently, he had been watching the scene unfold. The Wangu clan was definitely more powerful than the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. Unless the martial god behind the Great Simplicity Old Ancestor showed up, the Wangu clan wouldn't have to show any respect to the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. That was the truth. When the few young men arrived, they didn't show any respect to the Great Simplicity Old Ancestor. On the contrary, they showed respect to Lin Ling. The Great Simplicity Old Ancestor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Ling. Jiang Wujie was also watching the scene unfold. Ever since he had returned, he had been in seclusion and hadn't met anyone. He had only met the Great Simplicity Old Ancestor once. This was because he was too ashamed to meet anyone. Now that he noticed the treatment Lin Ling was receiving, his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. It was Lin Ling who had destroyed everything he had. He had never expected that his senior brother, Constellation Nebula, had been helpless against him and had even been bullied by him. However, Constellation Nebula's disciples had dealt him such a heavy blow. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were following Wangu Wuji and strolling in the sky. None of them were weaklings. Although they seemed to be moving slowly, they disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This was the first time Lin Ling and the others were walking around the flame region. They realized that the continent was much bigger than they had imagined. However, Lin Ling had been here before and the shock disappeared quickly. On the other hand, it was Sakura's first time here and he was deeply attracted to the godly mainland. The place we are heading to is called the Godly Lookout Corner. It is very interesting. Wangu Wuji said with a smile. Why is it interesting? Lin Ling's interest was piqued. If Wangu Wuji was interested in it, it had to be extraordinary. That is because it is the godly arena. There are many secrets and bloodlines left behind by the gods. It is a famous place in the flame region. Furthermore, there are many powerful slaves there. Slaves? That's right. You should know that not everyone can become a citizen of the Yen state. However, there are some who yearn for the godly continent and smuggle themselves in. In the end, after they are caught, they are naturally reduced to slaves. There are also some who were originally citizens of the Yen state. However, because they did something that angered the heavens and the people, the martial god deprived them of their status as citizens. However, they still did not leave. After they were caught, they became slaves. Chapter 3293. The Mysterious Arena. Wangu Wuji continued to speak. Lin Ling and the others' eyes lit up. No matter where one was, there would always be a difference in status. In the Flame Province, the difference in status was even more obvious. As they continued to move forward, many experts appeared in the sky. Most of them were in the Sage Realm. Some of them had smiles on their faces, while others had cold expressions on their faces. Their auras were all different, but they were all extremely powerful existences. Wangu Wuji, who had always been arrogant, retracted his aura when he saw these people. The Flame Province is one of the top divine continents in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, there are many cultivators here. Moreover, there are quite a few who are bold and arrogant. After all, those who are able to make it this far have been through countless life and death situations. Sometimes, these cultivators won't care about your status. If they really want to kill you, they won't care about your status. Therefore, it's best if you don't provoke them. Wangu Wuji explained when he saw the doubtful looks on Lin Ling and the others' faces. Wangu Fengyun and the others behind him also kept a low profile. You're from the Wangu clan. How dare they act so arrogantly? Meng Lu asked curiously. Hee, the Flame Province is huge. So what if I'm from the Wangu clan? If it concerns their benefits, they will still dare to touch me. After that, the Wangu clan won't be able to find them in a short period of time. Cultivators aren't afraid of taking risks in order to become stronger. This is especially true for the cultivators from the Flame Province and Miao Province. That's because they're already very close to the world of gods. Wangu Wuji explained. Lin Ling and the others nodded their heads in agreement. It seemed like this was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. However, that was for the best. At the very least, the son of the devil wouldn't be a thorn in their side. Even if someone recognized them, it wouldn't affect them much. Is that the divine lookout corner? At this time, Sakura let out a cry of surprise, because a huge eye appeared on the ground in front of him, as if it was the eye of a god. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was, no matter which angle you were at, you would be able to discover that I was looking at you. When he got closer, Lin Ling realized that it wasn't an eye, but a huge arena. Because it was round and there were layers upon layers of seats, it looked like an eyeball from a distance. I see. Sakura gradually discovered this wonderful place, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Because although it was a huge arena, there was still a mysterious aura pervading the air. I heard that a god eye exists in the center of the arena, one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, the 9th god eye. Of course, many people have secretly investigated, but alas, they found nothing. Thus, the majority of people believe that this is just a rumor. Wangu Wuji explained. Lin Ling nodded his head. He didn't know why, but he could feel a wave of hostility coming from the arena. This hostility didn't come from a single person, but from the entire arena. Lin Ling possessed one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, the space-time god eye. Perhaps, this was the source of the hostility. Let's go down. Wangu Wuji waved his hand at Lin Ling and the others, and all of them landed on the ground. Following the crowd, they entered the palace. Those people are from the Great Devil sect. After taking a few steps, Sakura suddenly said in a low voice. That's normal. The Great Devil sect of the 9 prefectures might seem to have been chased away, but with their strength, it isn't difficult for them to sneak into the Yen province. Wangu Wuji said as he looked at the other side. Those people over there are from the Immortal Temple. As for those who are wearing armor, they are from the Divine Weapon Mansion, Flying Dragon Organization, and Fuhang Manor. Look, even the people from the new Heavenly Court are here. Lin Ling immediately looked over and immediately saw many strong cultivators moving forward. They had disguised their appearances, and their auras were extremely cold. This made Lin Ling even more curious. Could it be that these superpowers were here to buy slaves? However, right at this moment, one of them suddenly stopped and looked towards Lin Ling's direction. This person was tall and had long blue hair. Most importantly, his eyes were dark blue as well, and they were extremely mysterious. It was as if he could see through Lin Ling's group. Moreover, he was extremely rude as he sized up Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling and the others didn't say anything. Lord Golden Crow, what's wrong? Very quickly, a puzzled voice rang out beside the blue-haired man. The blue-haired man chuckled and shook his head before continuing to walk forward. It seems like they are from the new Heavenly Court. Meng Lu muttered to himself when he saw them enter the arena. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded and stared ahead with a murderous glint in his eyes. After Martial God Qilin had fallen, his new enemy was Martial God Wen Tian. Martial God Wen Tian had reorganized the Heavenly Court and recruited many experts. The person who had attacked Lin Ling earlier was extremely talented, and these people were Lin Ling's greatest enemies. Strange. I can't see through that person. He seems to have the sea god's bloodline, but it doesn't seem like it. Wangu Wuji suddenly said. That's the eye of the sea god, one of the 9 great heavenly eyes. Lin Ling explained. What? This time, before Wangu Wuji could say anything, Wangu Fengyun exclaimed. The eye of the sea god was even more powerful than the sea god's bloodline. If what Lin Ling said is true, his talent is definitely in the ultimate desolate physique. Wangu Wuji chimed in. The ultimate desolate physique was extremely rare. Generally speaking, once a martial artist's talent reached the 10th grade desolate physique, they would have to rely on luck to enter the next realm. Not every desolate physique could reach the ultimate desolate physique. Those who possessed the ultimate desolate physique would definitely become martial ancestors in the future. Take Lin Ling for example. Other than Yu Yu, no one around him had the ultimate desolate physique, including Lin Ling himself. However, Lin Ling had a few great talents that had the potential to reach the ultimate desolate physique. This was especially so for the space-time divine steel. Lin Ling was confident that he could reach the ultimate desolate physique. God's eye against the heavenly eye. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Among the talents of the eye system, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat the eye of the sea god. Everyone whispered to each other as they entered the arena. The moment they entered, deafening cheers resounded through the arena. Countless people were cheering, shaking the heavens. And in the sky above the arena, there was a huge barrier that blocked everything, preventing the power of the arena from rushing into the sky. How terrifying! Sensing the ferocious aura, the faces of Socrateon and the others changed. If the aura wasn't sealed, the sky above the Yen state would probably tremble. If it was placed in the myriad worlds, the impact of the aura would be enough to shatter the myriad worlds. Chapter 3294. The Flame Emperor's Men. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned as he stared at the barrier in the sky. He realized that the barrier was like a rainbow with all sorts of colors. There were a total of 9 different colors. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that the power emanating from the membrane gave him a very familiar feeling. It was the 9th God's Eye. Lin Ling was finally certain. The 9th God's Eye was definitely hidden in the arena. He immediately recalled the rumors that he had heard about the 9th God's Eye. The 9th God's Eye was the most mysterious of the 6 great God Eyes in the universe. It was said that the 9th God's Eye wasn't an inanimate object but an independent existence. This meant that the 9th God's Eye had its own thoughts and could even transform into a human. Furthermore, it was said that the 9th God's Eye possessed the power of a god. 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. Lin Ling secretly activated his 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes as he tried to see through the barrier. However, his 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes were blocked. Not far from the center of the arena, Lin Ling saw a large number of barriers hidden in a golden brick. The 9th God's Eye has been sealed, and its energy has been borrowed by the arena. Lin Ling guessed inwardly. He then retracted his thoughts and continued forward with Wangu Wuji and the others. At the front of the arena, there were some empty seats. However, one had to pay 100 Emperor crystals to sit there. It was extremely expensive. However, Wangu Wuji's expression didn't change. After paying the Emperor crystals for Lin Ling and the others, he sat down in one of the seats. Wangu Wuji, I don't think it's worth it. Lin Ling said. It's worth it. Although you don't have to pay to sit at the back, it's more convenient for you to sit at the front. For example, you can place bets and enter the arena. There are 2 types of battles in the arena. The first type is a battle between slaves. Those who win will receive multiple bets. The person who placed the highest bet will obtain the slave. The second type is a battle between slaves and cultivators. If the cultivators are confident in themselves, they can enter the arena. Those who survive will be rewarded handsomely. It's said that the reward starts from 100,000 Emperor crystals. If the battle continues, the reward will be multiplied. This is also a battle between life and death. Wangu Wuji explained. Sakura and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It was very cruel, but many martial artists would choose this path in order to become stronger. It was also because even if they didn't enter this cruel battlefield, how could the outside world not be cruel? Therefore, only by becoming stronger could one's life be controlled. While they were talking, a brutal battle broke out in the arena. Those were 2 slaves. One of them had 6 arms and was 5 meters tall. The other person was as short as a mouse, but the cold claws on his hands were extremely long. Their talents were clearly different, as if they were the descendants of the gods. However, if it were to be compared to a human's talent, it was almost comparable to a 10th grade talent. Blood flowed out of the arena like seawater. What was surprising was that the tall slave was no match for the short slave. His body was constantly being torn apart by the short slave's claws. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. 5 of his 6 arms had been forcefully torn off. It was extremely cruel. However, the 2 slaves did not show any mercy. Even though they were heavily injured and had already won, they continued to fight with their lives on the line. This was because they knew that this was a battle between life and death. Only one of them could leave this place alive. They also knew that they should never underestimate a person who was about to die. In the next moment, the latter could explode with all his might and turn the tables. Kill, kill, kill. That cruel scene caused the crowd to boil with excitement. All of them licked their lips as a bloodthirsty light flashed in their eyes. This was especially so for the tall slave. When his arm was forcefully torn off and fresh blood spurted out, the crowd became even more excited. This scene caused Lin Ling and the others to frown. Although they weren't good people and had killed many people in their lives, they didn't feel any excitement when faced with such a scene. What a bunch of perverts! Lin Ling muttered under his breath. How many of us who are here are good people? Wangu Wuji said calmly. However, just as he finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded from behind him. Yo, when did our Wangu Wuji become so compassionate? How ironic! This voice was sharp and unkind. It didn't show any mercy because of Wangu Wuji's background. Wangu Fengyun and the others turned around and their faces turned ugly. They saw a group of familiar faces sitting in the row behind them. These people weren't old, but their strength wasn't weak. They were all in the sage realm. Most importantly, they came from all sorts of backgrounds. There were people from the New Heavenly Court, assassins from the Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, Divine Escort Mansion, and many others. Of course, they all had the same identity. They were the Flaming Emperor's men. The Flaming Emperor had recruited a lot of disciples. He would often search for powerful geniuses in the flame state and nurture them before sending them to the various superpowers. This was why the Flaming Emperor had a good relationship with the various superpowers. In the flame state, the Wangu clan was the #1 clan. They had the support of the martial god and were the Flaming Emperor's only opponent. Hence, the 2 superpowers had always been at odds with each other. Wangu Wuji, you're really lucky to have survived the trip to the Heavenly King Mountain. The people from the Wangu clan are really trash. They can only roam around the half-sages. They can't even enter our world. Those people continued to mock Wangu Wuji. It was obvious that they weren't in the same place as Lin Ling and the others. That was because they were stronger. Hence, the battlefield was on the other side. However, Wangu Wuji didn't care about their insults. He continued to chat with Lin Ling and the others as they watched the battle. The faces of the youths turned ugly when they saw Wangu Wuji. They were the Flaming Emperor's men and had been nobles in the flame state since they were young. They also claimed to be part of the ancient god clan. However, Wangu Wuji actually dared to ignore them. Wangu Wuji, since when did you like to hang out with slaves? Don't tell me that you want to become a slave as well? Another person spoke. This person was in the 4th heaven of the sage realm. He had long golden hair and there were a few words on his cloak. It was the New Heavenly Court. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, "You slaves, follow me. We'll give you whatever you want. Furthermore, I'll recruit you on behalf of the New Heavenly Court. All you have to do is leave Wangu Wuji." It was obvious that this person wanted to embarrass Wangu Wuji. Hence, he started to make his move on Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling and the rest turned around to take a look. They smiled faintly and continued to watch the arena. Chapter 3295. Lin Ling made his bet. It had to be said that the Flame Emperor was truly ambitious. By allowing his disciples to join the various superpowers, he had managed to tie them all together. However, Lin Ling and the others continued to stare at the arena. Their disregard for Lin Ling caused the faces of the youths to turn cold. In their eyes, Lin Ling and the others were trash. Wangu Wuji had the right to disregard them, but did these ants have the right to do so? Lowly commoners. One of them couldn't hold back his anger and started to curse. The youth named Lin Hongkai who had started the fight also spoke in a hoarse voice. Did the few of you hear what I said? However, not only did Sakura Sky and the others ignore him, they even started to study martial arts with Lin Ling. You guys are really bold. The actions of Lin Ling and the others had undoubtedly infuriated the youths. Lin Hongkai stood up. However, before she could speak, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth and said slowly, "Could it be that there are more pigs in the Yan province?" Wangu Wuji chuckled when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Most of them are pigs. However, there are some who are worse than pigs. As soon as Wangu Wuji said that, everyone around Lin Hongkai flew into a rage. Pigs? Was he scolding them? Furthermore, they were worse than pigs? Wangu Wuji, don't be too arrogant. Lin Hongkai roared in anger. You guys are worse than pigs. You invited them to join the various superpowers, but did you ask for their permission? Don't think that those forces are so great. In fact, in other people's hearts, those forces are just SOSO. Only some people who are worse than pigs would worship those forces as gods. What a different vision, a different world. Wangu Wuji laughed mockingly as he spoke. You guys? Lin Hongkai and the others felt as though they had suffered a great humiliation. They had given Lin Ling and the others a way out, but who would have thought that Lin Ling and the others wouldn't even bat an eyelid at all? The most ironic thing was that they didn't know about it. On the contrary, they were acting all high and mighty. Sit down. Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? While Lin Hongkai and the others were raging, Lin Ling's voice rang out. You have guts. Lin Hongkai glanced at the surroundings, but he didn't dare to interrupt the fun in the arena. He could only grit his teeth and return to his seat. The battle in the arena became more and more intense. A large number of slaves died, and the slaves who won would be taken away by the person who placed the highest bet. Of course, some people didn't want the slaves, so the slaves would have to continue fighting until someone took them away. Otherwise, they would die in battle. It had to be said that these slaves were extremely miserable. Lin Ling sighed softly. He sympathized with the slaves because many of them were humans. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Ling, place your bets. Wangu Wuji made a suggestion. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others couldn't bring themselves to do it. After all, it was a little too heartless to gamble with other people's lives. Even if you don't place your bets, the fate of the slaves can't be changed. On the other hand, if you don't like this kind of heartless battle, you can change everything after you become stronger. However, you have to be strong enough to fight against the four great gods. Wangu Wuji chuckled. He knew what Lin Ling and the others were worried about. Lin Ling and the others felt relieved when they heard what Wangu Wuji said. Although they sympathized with the slaves, it was useless. They couldn't change anything. It would be better for them to increase their strength. Hence, Lin Ling and the others placed their bets as well. As for Lin Ling, after watching a few matches, he finally came to a decision. Poor commoners, do you have any royal crystals to place your bets? Lin Hongkai mocked when she saw the restless looks on Lin Ling and the others' faces. In my opinion, they can only place 100 royal crystals at most. That's their entire fortune. Place a bet of 10,000 royal crystals. Commoners, do you see that? Do you know what it means to be a noble? Everyone laughed mockingly. They were all high and mighty. Lin Ling, how many royal crystals do you need? I'll lend them to you. Is 1 million enough? When Wangu Wuji heard their words, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't care if Lin Hongkai and the others mocked him. However, when they mocked Lin Ling and the others, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Hence, he decided to go all out and give all his royal crystals to Lin Ling. There's no need for that. I have my own. But who knew that Lin Ling would reject him directly? Lin Hongkai and the others sneered when they saw Wangu Wuji's offer. This lowly commoner must be afraid that he won't be able to pay back Wangu Wuji's royal crystals. They knew that other than the cultivators from the Flame State and Miao State, the other cultivators wouldn't be able to take out 1 million royal crystals. I'll place a bet of 40 million royal crystals. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling spoke up. He hadn't used the rewards from the Flame State and Tai Old Ancestor so far. Naturally, he would use it to place a bet. 40 million. Lin Hongkai and the others' eyes widened when they saw Wangu Wuji's bid. They were the Flame Emperor's men and had joined various superpowers. However, they had never seen more than 10 million royal crystals. Even though their cultivation had reached the Sage Realm, they had accumulated their royal crystals bit by bit. It was impossible for them to take out 40 million royal crystals all at once. It's fake. It must be fake. Lin Hongkai shook her head. She didn't believe that a few commoners would be able to take out so much money. In fact, even Wangu Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, a cold old man looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want to place a bet of 40 million royal crystals?" 40 million royal crystals was a huge sum of money. Senior Lu, they must be lying. How can they take out 40 million royal crystals? Roar. Lin Hongxai's roar attracted many people's attention. Commoners, do you know the consequences of lying in the arena? You will be treated like a slave. Senior Lu, catch them. Go! Lin Hongkai pointed at Lin Ling and the others. The old man's face turned colder as he looked at Lin Ling. It seemed as though he was about to make a move. Clearly, he didn't believe that Lin Ling and the others would be able to take out 40 million royal crystals. In the arena, as long as one called out a price, the consequences would be dire if one didn't take out the money. After all, this was a bet. It wasn't a game. You bunch of trash, can you shut up? Shut up. Just as the old man was about to make a move, Lin Ling waved his right hand and a pouch flew towards the old man. The old man frowned as he caught it. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. 40 million royal crystals, not a single cent less. Shut up. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. Even Wangu Wuji stared at Lin Ling in shock. As for Lin Hongkai and the others, they felt as though they were ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. Their faces were as ugly as it could get. There really was 40 million royal crystals. How could a commoner take out 40 million royal crystals? I wonder who is more like a commoner compared to his 40 million royal crystals? Furthermore, all of you tried to recruit him in such a lofty manner. Don't you feel embarrassed now? Humph. Chapter 3296. This young man is mine. Humph. Lin Hongkai and the rest snorted coldly as they sat back down in shame. With 40 million emperor crystals on hand, they were obviously more like commoners than Lin Ling. I'll bet on the short young man. Alright. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. The old man looked at the arena and nodded his head. A cold smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the short young man had a lower chance of winning. Naturally, he wouldn't reject Lin Ling's bet. If Lin Ling won, they would lose 40 million emperor crystals. The arena was supported by numerous superpowers. There were the Flame Emperor, the New Heavenly Court, Fu Hang Manor, and many other superpowers. There were even some small sects in the Flame Prefecture. The only reason all these superpowers supported the arena was to earn money. At the same time, the life and death battle in the arena had begun. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man. His upper body was bare, and his body was covered in scars. His aura was extremely cold. Someone recognized him. He was a sect leader from Yu Prefecture, and his strength was at the first heaven of the true Saint Realm. His opponent was a young man who was even shorter than Wangu Wuji. The young man was dressed in tattered clothes, and his body and face were extremely skinny. It was as though he was malnourished. However, his eyes were like those of an injured wolf as he stared at the old man. It was obvious that he knew that if the old man didn't die, he would be the one to die. However, his cultivation was only at the 10th heaven of the half-true Saint Realm. The old man roared and a terrifying amount of energy surged out from his body. Rumble. The two of them clashed fiercely. However, how could the young man be a match for the old man? After a few exchanges, the young man's injuries became more severe. Everyone realized that one of the young man's legs was lame. He's dead. At that moment, no one was optimistic about the young man's chances. They thought that he would die without a doubt. Lin Ling, why did you choose him? Wangu Wuji frowned. He didn't understand why Lin Ling had chosen him. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head without saying a word. On the contrary, Lin Hongkai and the others behind him roared with laughter. They felt extremely happy when they saw Lin Ling lose 40 million divine crystals. Rumble. The battle in the arena became more and more intense. The young man was like a kite in a storm, like a canoe in the ocean, about to be destroyed at any moment. Your life is mine. Young man, don't blame me. In this heartless world, either you die or I live. The old man shouted coldly. He knew that the young man had reached his limit. He only needed to exert a little more strength to kill the young man. At a time like this, he would not show any mercy. Rumble. However, to everyone's surprise, the youth was extremely tenacious. Despite being heavily injured several times, his thin and weak body could still stand up with great difficulty. Furthermore, he was limping as he tried to avoid the old man's attacks. Bang! After another attack, the young man finally fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his body. No one doubted that this thin and weak youth would die from blood loss. Because he was indeed too skinny. Sigh. Wangu Wuji sighed softly when he saw the situation. 40 million Emperor crystals had all gone to the arena. As for the old man in the arena, he sneered inwardly as he looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. 40 million Emperor crystals had been generously accepted by the arena. Lin Hongkai and the others roared with laughter when they saw the old man's reaction. Someone mocked us for being worse than pigs. However, it seems like he is the one who is being mocked. Under countless gazes, the emotionless old man walked towards the young man step by step. After all, the young man had been extremely tenacious. Now that he did not want to cause any more trouble, he decided to kill the young man with his own hands. When he arrived in front of the young man, his energy surged out and he lifted the young man up. Then he grabbed the young man's neck. The young man's eyes were cold as he looked at the old man. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your bad luck for meeting me. The old man was a person of virtue and prestige in Yu Prefecture. However, in Yen Prefecture, he had turned from a kind senior to a cold-blooded killer. Everything was for the sake of survival. He exerted a little force in his hand and the young man's neck was crushed. When they heard the sound of bones being crushed, the crowd finally laughed. Their laughter was extremely cruel. All right, the winner has appeared. The old man outside the arena let out a loud roar. Wait, isn't the winner determined when one of them dies and the other survives? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Everyone's eyes narrowed and then a large number of curses were heard. The old man outside the arena sneered. He understood Lin Ling. After all, 40 million Emperor crystals had gone down the drain. No one would be able to accept it. However, in the arena, they had to accept it even if they did not want to. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. The eyes of the youth whose neck had been crushed changed, turning pitch black. A dagger had appeared in his hand at some point in time, and he slashed it across the air. This dagger looked very shabby, but it was engraved with the bones of a skeleton. It was obviously an extraordinary existence. The old man could not react to the sudden appearance of the dagger because he thought the young man was already dead. Moreover, he did not expect the young man to have a fatal attack. However, the old man was also a sect leader. At the critical moment, boundary energy appeared on the surface of his body to block the dagger. However, the black light passed by and slashed his neck. He was stunned on the spot and the young man in his hand was powerlessly put down. Then he fell on his back. The thin and weak young man did not show any mercy. He dragged his heavily injured body and pounced on the old man. Under countless gazes, he cut off the old man's head. He only quietly put away the dagger when he was finally sure that the old man was dead. All around the arena, there was a deathly silence. No one could have imagined that such a scene would occur. Hee, I want this young man. However, the silence did not last long. Lin Ling's laughter was finally heard. The young man in the arena raised his head and his eyes shone with joy. That was because he had been a slave for a long time. Even if he won, no one wanted him, forcing him to continue to fight to the death in the arena. But now he finally had a master and he could leave the Colosseum. Amazing! Amazing! Wangu Wuji was stunned for a moment before he praised Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "How did you know that he would win?" "I'm also relying on my intuition because I feel that he has something on his mind that he hasn't put down. He won't die. This desire to live is not for himself, but for other things or for other people. As for the other slaves in the arena, the light in their eyes is mostly for themselves. The two are different." Lin Ling laughed. "You bet on him just because of that?" Wangu Wuji was shocked. Lin Ling was taking too much of a risk. Sometimes, a cultivator's strength isn't the only thing that matters. It also depends on his willpower, fighting spirit, and determination. Lin Ling shook his head. "You are really a crazy gambler," Wangu Wuji said in admiration. Chapter 3297. Victory. "We've won." The old man outside the arena had a cold expression on his face. The gladiator arena had lost 40 million royal crystals, which was a huge sum of money. It represented the gladiator arena's daily income. He did not know how to explain this to the big shots. As for the people behind Lin Ling, they were speechless as if they had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at the old man outside the arena. When the old man saw this, he immediately handed over 80 million royal crystals to Lin Ling. "There are 80 million royal crystals here." When his voice drifted out, the entire gladiator arena fell silent. Many people's gazes towards Lin Ling had quietly changed. Obviously, the old man had done this on purpose. This was also a waste of his time. However, Lin Ling only smiled faintly in the face of everyone's strange gazes. He took the royal crystals without hiding anything. Although he did not want to be a thorn in their side, he would not spit out the fat meat on the knife's edge in front of 40 million royal crystals. He even guessed that with so many people in the arena, someone might have recognized him. However, what would come would come. When the time came, he would think about how to deal with it. "Where's my slave?" Then Lin Ling said faintly. In fact, apart from the 40 million royal crystals, Lin Ling also had his eyes on the young man. "Leave it to him." The old man was still smiling, but his smile was cold. Then, the limping young man was overjoyed. He left the arena and walked toward Lin Ling. Then, he appeared beside Lin Ling and stood quietly like a loyal guard. Obviously, he knew that the young man who had saved him had offended the arena. "Master!" he shouted in a low voice. Lin Ling waved his hand. "You don't have to call me master. From now on, you're no longer a slave." As soon as he finished speaking, the brocade pouch that the old man had given him appeared in his right hand. Not only did it contain the Emperor Crystal, it also contained the slave enchantment that could control the young man's life. However, Lin Ling's left hand continued to point and break those barriers. The youth immediately noticed that the slave enchantment engraved in the depths of his soul was gradually disappearing. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in surprise. "I'm not interested in slaves. I'm helping you because I don't want you to be buried here. Right now, you can leave on your own, or you can stay by my side," Lin Ling said indifferently. The young man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He could sense the aura of a superior being coming from the young man in front of him, as if he was a god. This made him have a feeling that he couldn't miss this great one. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it. "This subordinate is willing to follow Darren." The young man knelt down on one knee. "Have you made up your mind? Following me might be very dangerous." "Milord, this subordinate has thought it over. Furthermore, this subordinate's life was saved by Milord. Without Milord, this subordinate would have died long ago," the boy said firmly. "Very well, then you'll follow me from now on." Lin Ling nodded his head. This young man's aura was similar to Do Kanying's. With Do Kanying's guidance, he would definitely be a good seedling. This fellow, Wangu Wuji, who was standing by the side, nodded his head inwardly. Lin Ling's actions were clearly better than using the slave enchantment to control the young man. After all, it was impossible to rely on forceful methods to make someone submit wholeheartedly. He realized that although Lin Ling seemed to be low-key, he was actually hiding the domineering aura of a king. Everyone retracted their gazes from Lin Ling and stared at the arena. The battle was still intense. It was a pity that the slaves weren't as lucky as the young man. Even if they won, they had to prepare for the next life and death battle before dying. Lin Ling didn't place any more bets. Luck could only be used once, and he didn't want to lose everything. As for the old man outside the arena, when he saw that Lin Ling was so calm and no longer placing any bets, he cursed in his heart. After the battle in the arena ended, it was time for the cultivators and slaves to fight. This was the best time for the cultivators to look for money. Of course, it was also dangerous. As soon as the arena was opened, the surroundings were in an uproar. Lin Ling, are you interested? Wangu Wuji asked as he looked at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling curious. Wangu Wuji immediately explained, according to the rules of the arena, the participants can only be of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, they have to fight 10 consecutive battles before they can leave. If they win, they will win a large amount of royal crystals. Of course, this is also a test for the cultivators. Lin Ling's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was currently stuck at a bottleneck and he was lacking royal crystals. As long as there was a chance for him to look for money, Lin Ling didn't want to miss it. After all, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to stay in the Great Change Nebula sect for long. I'll go first. When Wangu Wuji saw the battle intent in Lin Ling's eyes, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely dare to go. Although not everyone dared to challenge the battle of life and death in the gladiator arena unless they had a certain amount of confidence in their own strength, Lin Ling was no ordinary person. Wangu Wuji is actually going to fight. He's courting death. When Lin Hongkai and the others saw Wangu Wuji jumping off the arena, they rejoiced in his misfortune. The moment Wangu Wuji landed, an old man with antlers appeared in the arena. His cultivation realm was the same as Wangu Wuji's. They were both in the first heaven of the true sage realm. Die! The old man suddenly transformed into a huge stag. His speed was terrifying, reaching 120 times the speed of a human. His speed had already surpassed many early-stage true sages. However, it was a pity that he was facing someone from the Wangu clan. Wangu Wuji immediately unleashed his desolate god bloodline. The moment his blood claw appeared, a storm of blood appeared. Wangu Wuji won the first battle. That move seems to be the 30-second move of the Music of Darkness. That person is from the Wangu clan. Everyone's eyes lit up, and some of the experts started to make guesses. Wangu Wuji won the second battle. When it came to the 10th battle, the crowd went into an uproar. After all, Wangu Wuji was the first person to win the 10th battle. As for Wangu Wuji, he was panting heavily as he fought against 10 First Heaven True Saints. Furthermore, they were all powerful slaves. He was completely exhausted. As for Lin Hongkai and the others, all of them were cursing Wangu Wuji. However, the results disappointed them. Wangu Wuji won the 10th battle. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Ling was the first to clap when he saw the results. Since he had bet 10 million Emperor Crystals on Wangu Wuji, it was only natural that he had profited. Brother Wangu, you're amazing. When Wangu Wuji returned, Wangu Fengyun and the others couldn't help but praise him. It's just a fluke. Battles like this get harder as the battle progresses. After all the slaves who can fight have gone through life and death battles. Their strength is at least 2 times stronger than ordinary First Heaven True Sages. Chapter 3298. Lin Ling's Battle. Lin Ling could sense that Wangu Wuji was showing signs of a breakthrough. It seemed like the effects of this battle were pretty good. Big brother, Meng Lu, are you guys going to play? Lin Ling turned to the side and asked. However, Meng Lu and Wangu Wuji had solemn expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had sensed that the slaves weren't weak. In the end, they shook their heads. Generally speaking, only 2 out of 10 people would be able to walk out alive. It wasn't something they could enter with their current strength. As expected of a lowly commoner. Cowardly like a mouse. People like you will only be like this for the rest of your lives. Right at that moment, a mocking voice sounded from behind them. It was Lin Hongkai. Since you're so strong, why don't you give it a try? Indra sneered when he heard Lin Hongkai's words. His words caused Lin Hongkai's face to freeze. If you don't dare, then stop spouting nonsense. Meng Lu sneered. Learn from Wangu Wuji. At least he dares to fight. But you? You're just a stray dog. Everyone was enraged. As for Lin Hongkai, he gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that he was weaker than Wangu Wuji. I'll fight the next battle. He leaped into the air, causing the entire arena to fall silent. The old man standing at the side of the arena frowned. This batch of slaves isn't weak. Don't worry. I'm the disciple of the Flaming Emperor. Why would I be afraid? With a roar, Lin Hongkai landed directly on the arena. His opponent was a one-armed man. His long hair hung loosely behind him, and his eyes were as cold as ice. It was as though he had gone through the greatest torture in his life. I'll kill you! Lin Hongkai roared as he unleashed his full strength. His opponent wasn't weak either, and he clashed with Lin Hongkai in an instant. Is the arena supposed to warn him? Indra suddenly asked when he saw Lin Hongkai fighting. His words stunned Wangu Wuji and the others. They quickly regained their senses. The old man seemed to have warned Lin Hongkai earlier. However, the old man didn't bother to warn the others. The Flaming Emperor is backing the arena. No wonder the old man warned him. Wangu Wuji said coldly. In fact, many people had also seen this detail. They were all secretly cursing the unfairness, but they did not dare to act out. Rumble. At this moment, the battle in the arena was getting more and more intense. As a disciple of the Flame Emperor, Lin Hongkai's strength was not to be underestimated. She had actually won 5 rounds in a row. His entire being became complacent as he looked at Sakura and the others with contempt. However, the opponent in the 6th round was extremely powerful. Lin Hongkai had to use all of her strength to barely kill her opponent. Motherfucker, trash, what's the use of not dying? You actually injured me. After tearing her opponent apart, Lin Hongkai was clearly infuriated. She kept cursing. Lin Hongkai, aren't you very arrogant? You still have 4 matches. Let's see how you're going to win. Sakura and the others could also see that Lin Hongkai had reached her limit and was now crazily counterattacking. Lin Hongkai was enraged. She crazily attacked her 7th opponent. After she was seriously injured again, she finally killed her opponent. She even stepped on his corpse to vent her anger. But it was obviously impossible for him to win the 8th round. Seeing this, the crowd sneered. This arrogant young man was in trouble. As for the other disciples of the Flame Emperor, their faces were gloomy. Could it be that they could only watch as Lin Hongkai died in the arena? You should leave. However, at this moment, the elders suddenly spoke. This time, the entire arena was in an uproar. This was because the rules of the arena stated that no one could leave without fighting 10 rounds. This rule had always been unbreakable. All right. However, Lin Hongkai could not care less. She immediately strode away. This was because she did not have the confidence to win the next round. What do you mean by that? This is too unfair. Yeah, who's the person behind the arena? Come out and speak. Give us justice. Voices of unwillingness rang out one after another. Shut up. However, the elder outside the arena shouted angrily. This also let the crowd know that Lin Hongkai was related to the owner of the arena. Suddenly, the crowd did not dare to object. The elder also wanted this matter to be over quickly. Hence, the next battle began immediately. A 5-meter-tall giant appeared in the arena at this moment. This giant's strength was at the peak of the Sage-to-be realm. The combat strength of the arena has started to decline. Who dares to fight a peak Sage-to-be realm expert? The old man said indifferently, but his eyes were vaguely looking in Lin Ling's direction. Aren't you guys very powerful? Go on. I don't think you can win this battle. You are a coward if you don't go. At this moment, Lin Hongkai was also seizing the opportunity to sneer harshly. He was venting his displeasure towards Lin Ling and the others. A piece of trash who relied on the help of others to escape death dares to speak? This time, Wangu Wuji mocked. His words made Lin Hongkai and the rest grit their teeth. They could not refute him. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also stood up. This shocked Sakura and the rest. Is Lin Ling going to fight? I will fight this battle. Indeed, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone turned to look at Lin Ling. No one had expected that the delicate young man would dare to fight. After all, many of them had sensed that the elder outside the arena was trying to lure Lin Ling and the rest to fight. You have guts. If you win, the arena will reward you with 3 million royal crystals. The old man immediately laughed. His laughter was very cold. 3 million royal crystals was a huge sum of money to many cultivators. Of course, Lin Ling did not want to miss out on such a huge sum of royal crystals. I will bet 40 million royal crystals on myself, Lin Ling said as he looked at Wangu Wuji. Brother Wuji, can you lend me 40 million royal crystals? Previously, Lin Ling had won a total of 90 million royal crystals. However, he did not take them out. This made Wangu Wuji suspicious. However, he nodded his head in agreement. After Lin Ling placed his bet, he floated into the arena. Crazed cries rang out from all around him. Kill him! Kill him! Tear him apart! I want to see his corpse being torn apart by 5 horses. It had to be said that many cultivators were bloodthirsty. They wanted to see a bloody scene. What a bunch of perverts! Sakura and the rest said coldly as they looked at the arena. A trace of worry could be seen in their eyes. Although Lin Ling was strong, this was the arena of the Flame Province. The slaves gathered here were not weak. After all, even an expert like Wangu Wuji had only won 10 battles by luck. Lin Ling naturally knew about their worries. However, he dared to enter the arena because he wanted to break through to the next cultivation realm. This was also the reason why he did not take out his royal crystals to bet. He had already used them to refine them. Chapter 3299. The Final Battle. This fist contained 70% of his strength. It was the Strength King's step. Furthermore, this giant also had one of the 100 great bloodlines, the bloodline of the Nantung Strength God. As expected of a lowly commoner. Money is more important than life. Lin Hongkai and the others were gloating. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw the terrifying punch coming his way. He could clearly feel that the punch was extraordinary and was coming for his life. Kakaka. The dragon bones in Lin Ling's body and the realm-swallowing beast were all riled up. He also threw out a punch. Bang. The sound of this collision was deafening. Lin Ling was also immediately sent flying. It looked like he was not a match at all. Kakaka. However, Lin Ling could feel the blood and qi in his body churning, and his dantian was also shaking. But because of this, the speed at which he refined the Emperor crystals increased. Again! Lin Ling sneered. He hadn't used his full strength in the previous punch. He wanted to use the other party to speed up his cultivation. Bang bang bang. In the arena, the big one and the small one continued to clash. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. At first, people were cheering excitedly, but gradually, they felt that something was wrong. That was because the young man was repeatedly injured, but he didn't die. It was as if the young man wasn't using his full strength at all. Your role is over. In the end, Lin Ling said coldly. The power of 900 worlds erupted. Boom. With a single punch, the giant's chest was blasted open, and blood rained down like rain. This scene shocked the crowd, because the strength of that tall giant wasn't weak at all. It possessed the energy of 800 worlds, and coupled with its formidable world essence, it could be ranked at the top amongst the peak of the half-saint realm. However, he was killed by a single punch. This result was far too shocking. However, Lin Ling did not stop and continued to fight. Zhang Ma go! The old man said coldly. A monster with the body of a horse and the head of a human appeared. Its horse body was blood red, and it also had 2 human arms. It was extremely thick, and it held a large blade in its hand. It let out a horse-like neigh, and then it charged toward Lin Ling with murderous intent. Lin Ling was the same as before, using his opponents to train himself. However, this monster called Zhang Ma was extremely vicious and merciless. Each of his moves was more ferocious than the previous one. He wanted to kill Lin Ling alive. In the end, Lin Ling unleashed the power of 1,000 worlds and blasted the head of the human-headed monster apart. Next battle. Lin Ling's body was already dyed red with blood, but his fighting spirit was boiling. Moreover, his killing intent was extremely dense. In the third battle, Lin Ling did the same. After tempering himself for a while, he blasted his opponent to death. The fourth battle, the fifth battle, the sixth battle. Everyone witnessed the battle with their own eyes and immediately shouted crazily, because Lin Ling's methods were simple and crude, which also stimulated the bloodthirst in their hearts. He's so powerful? After the sixth battle, the old man's face became more and more unpleasant. This was because Lin Ling had already placed a huge bet. In addition to the royal crystals that Lin Ling had won previously, he could not let Lin Ling leave alive. Ghost Hedgehog fight. The slaves that he called out were all the strongest trump cards in the same realm. The opponent of the seventh battle was actually a man with spikes all over his body like a hedgehog. If one looked carefully, those spikes were poisonous. As soon as he entered the arena, he did not give Lin Ling any time to rest. He immediately went against Lin Ling. This opponent was obviously very powerful and brought a lot of trouble to Lin Ling. Those spikes made Lin Ling hesitate. Most importantly, he was also stabbed by the spikes and was poisoned. He was a little dizzy. However, after the poison entered Lin Ling's body, it also stimulated the operation of his dantian, and the speed of refining the royal crystals became faster. Second brother. Sakura and the others did not understand the situation and were extremely worried at this moment. On the other hand, Lin Hongkai and the others were excited. They wished that they could see Lin Ling being pierced 1,000 times. Unfortunately, they were going to be disappointed. After a period of time, Lin Ling erupted with 1,200 world power and forcibly broke those spikes. Then, he tore that sinister man apart. The eighth battle. The opponent that appeared was an old woman. She was wearing a large cloak and her entire body was dirty. Her hair was also scattered casually, giving off a gloomy feeling. After she appeared, she immediately chanted an incantation, causing Lin Ling to enter a strange realm. In this realm, he killed all his family and friends, almost going crazy. It's forbidden, Granny High. Many people looked at the ugly old woman and secretly nodded. That old woman's notoriety spread far and wide. She was an extremely vicious and merciless existence. Tsk, young man, you're dead. Seeing Lin Ling's almost crazy appearance, that old woman also revealed her yellow front teeth. It was as disgusting as it could be. Then she walked towards Lin Ling step by step. She took out a small black knife. It was obviously a poisonous thing. She wanted to assassinate Lin Ling. In the end, she also easily assassinated Lin Ling, which made her very happy. Ugly woman, you should die. However, just after the assassination attempt, a cold voice came from behind her. Then, a sword slashed over and cut the old woman in half. Only then did people realize that another Lin Ling had appeared behind the old woman. Moreover, it was exactly the same. Illusion. An old man let out a low voice. The battle had reached this point, and this young man finally used other methods. And the ninth battle came immediately. The arrival of this battle also made Lin Ling realize that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. Therefore, he still endured and did not erupt with his full strength. He relied on his physical body and world essence to meet the other party head-on. In an instant, the arena was dyed red with the blood of the two people. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling was exhausted, Lin Ling won by a fluke. It's time to end this. Wangu Wuji knew that Lin Ling had reached his limit, so he stopped the 10th battle. The 10th battle. The old man at the side of the arena said coldly, I said it's over. Wangu Wuji stood up immediately. Sakura Tian and the others did the same as well. The rules of the arena state that the battle cannot be stopped until the 10th battle is over. The old man said without even looking at Wangu Wuji, why didn't you say anything when someone broke the rules earlier? Wangu Wuji's face was as cold as ice. The rules of the arena state that the battle cannot be stopped until the 10th battle is over. Clearly, the old man did not want to talk about the previous matter. Kill. At the same time, the people around the arena started to shout. They would not allow Lin Ling to leave. They wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Ling to shreds. Bastard! Wangu Wuji and the others could only return to their seats helplessly. However, they clenched their fists tightly, and their eyes turned red. As long as Lin Ling's life was in danger, they would definitely break the rules and save him. Even though Socration and the others knew that Lin Ling still had many trump cards up his sleeves, they could not deny that Lin Ling was heavily injured. Slaves were all vicious and merciless. They would be able to deal a fatal blow before they died. Even if Lin Ling still had trump cards up his sleeves, what use would it be if he died? Little friend, you are really strong. Chapter 3300. Tribulation of a Sage. I was just lucky. Ha! Lin Ling chuckled. He could tell that the middle-aged man wasn't weak at all. His innate talent was at the half-desolate body. I'm sorry, but I broke through. Ha! The moment Lin Ling finished speaking, the middle-aged man sneered. His cultivation realm had entered the sage realm, and he had reached the third heaven of the sage realm. He broke through. Ha! Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Ha! When the crowd saw what had happened, they started to laugh crazily. Most of them had bet on Lin Ling to lose. This is against the rules. This is a battle between Sage Realm experts. Ha! Sakura and the others glared at the middle-aged man and started to shout. The rules of the battle stated that it was a battle between people of the same cultivation realm. However, a Sage Realm expert had appeared, so it didn't count. The slave broke through during the battle, so it's not against the rules. Ha! The old man replied coldly. His eyes were filled with a sinister light. It was obvious that the arena had done something. Broke through during the battle? Can the arena be any more shameless? Firstly, they hadn't fought yet. Secondly, even if the slave broke through during the battle, who could reach the third heaven of the sage realm in an instant? It was obvious that the slave was at the third heaven of the sage realm. Ha! Wangu Wuji sneered coldly. What you said is merely a guess. Because it's a guess, the arena doesn't think it's valid. Continue the battle. Ha! When the old man heard Wangu Wuji's words, he felt a little guilty. However, he still spoke coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely dense. That's right. Continue the battle. Ha! The crowd started to chime in, and the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. Little friend, I didn't want things to turn out this way. After all, I'm not the one who has the final say in breaking through. Ha! At this moment, the middle-aged man in the arena had a cold smile on his face. Then he attacked. 80% of his cultivation realm energy exploded out. His boundary essence was like an ocean as it rushed towards Lin Ling. Before the energy could reach him, Lin Ling, who was injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he was able to reach the Sage Realm expert with a speed of 150 worlds. Fong Jing. Sensing Lin Ling's terrifying speed, the middle-aged man was also shocked, but he also activated his innate talent. Immediately, four huge mirrors appeared in the arena and began to shrink. They stood up and reduced the space that Lin Ling could move around. So he's Taoist Heaven Mirror. Someone immediately recognized the middle-aged man. He was the patriarch of a family in Miao Prefecture. His strength was not weak in the 9 prefectures. Ha! That brat is fighting like a cornered beast. Soon after, many people looked at the shrinking space and sneered one after another. Lin Ling also noticed that the space around him was shrinking, and his expression turned serious. Right now, he could explode with all his trump cards and kill the middle-aged man. However, in this moment of life and death, he could sense that a breakthrough was right in front of him. Therefore, he could not kill him yet. Go to hell. At this moment, the middle-aged man clapped his hands, and a shockwave blasted forward. It was extremely powerful, and the most terrifying thing was that after the shockwave collided with the surrounding spatial mirrors, it actually started rebounding. Moreover, it rebounded more and more, causing the spatial mirrors to be filled with shockwaves. Rumble. No matter how fast Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to dodge the shockwave and he was sent flying. He's dead. This time, a cruel smile appeared on the old man's face. He felt that his anger had been vented. Take Lin Ling away and leave immediately. Go! Wangu Wuji and the others leaped up from their seats and prepared to break through the barrier. However, before they could do so, the dark clouds in the sky started to rumble. A terrifying aura descended from the heavens. It was as though a god was looking down on the world. Sage's tribulation? Everyone was shocked when they sensed the aura. The most terrifying thing was that the tribulation clouds in the sky were different from the ones they had seen in the past. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Instead of smashing down, the tribulation clouds were filled with ferocious chi, devil chi, ghost chi, dragon chi, and killing intent. All kinds of heaven and earth energy gathered together and formed a dragon-like lightning. This time, the might of the tribulation clouds was even greater. This was the first time anyone had seen a sage's tribulation. Under the dark clouds, Lin Ling felt an immense pressure on his body. In fact, inner demons were starting to appear in his heart. One had to know that there were no inner demons in the half-true sage tribulation. These inner demons were actually the people Lin Ling had killed in the past. There were many of them, and all of them charged towards Lin Ling as though they wanted to drag Lin Ling into the netherworld. Scram! Scram! However, Lin Ling's martial heart was extremely firm. Not only was he not afraid, he formed a giant sword with his soul force and slashed it towards the inner demons. However, the inner demons did not stop there. In the next moment, Lady Shui Wu and the others appeared. These were the people who had died in the holy land of the rainforest. This time, Lin Ling was unable to use his sword. "I owe all of you a favor. Whatever you want, come at me." Lin Ling gave up on defending himself. The inner demons charged over and began to devour Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling allowed them to devour his soul. Time passed bit by bit. However, although Lin Ling's soul was devoured, it was still not destroyed. "Why don't you die?" This caused the inner demons to shout ferociously. "Because if I die, who will bring all of you back from the netherworld?" Lin Ling raised his head and said word by word. This was a powerful determination and grand goal. He wanted to sweep through the netherworld and bring back all of his friends and family. Boom! Under his voice, all the inner demons exploded. Instead, Lady Shui Wu and the others appeared. They looked at Lin Ling and smiled with relief. "Lin Ling, we will wait for you." Then, all the inner demons disappeared, as if they had never appeared. This scene seemed slow, but to the people outside, it happened in the blink of an eye. "Sage Tunjing, quick, stop him." At this moment, there were a lot of voices around the arena. Everyone wanted to see Lin Ling fail in his breakthrough. From Lin Ling's sage's tribulation, if Lin Ling succeeded in his breakthrough, he would definitely be a terrifying sage. However, there was no need for them to remind him. The middle-aged man's eyes were red as he attacked. Boom! However, before he could get close to Lin Ling, the dragon-shaped lightning in the sky exploded. The 4 mirrors shattered instantly. The middle-aged man vomited blood and was sent flying. Rumble! The power of the sage's tribulation was extremely terrifying, causing the entire arena to fall silent. However, it came quickly and disappeared quickly, causing the entire arena to fall silent for a moment. Everyone was wondering if the young man had succeeded in breaking through. He failed. He must have failed. However, many people were shaking their heads. They couldn't wait to see Lin Ling go berserk. However, when all kinds of energy rolled on the ground, footsteps were finally heard. "I'm sorry, but I've also broken through." Chapter 3301. Killed with a single arrow. After the voice drifted out, the arena became even quieter. The faces of the big shots from the various forces in the 9 prefectures turned cold. Even though many of them didn't know who this young man was, the Saint Tribulation from before allowed them to realize that this young man would definitely be extraordinary in the future if he were to grow up. Now that the young man had successfully entered the sage realm, there was one more person who could not be underestimated in the pyramid of the 9 prefectures. At that moment, there were still electric snakes wreaking havoc on the ground of the arena. Lin Ling stood amidst the scattered thunderbolts and smiled at the middle-aged man. At the same time, he was checking his own cultivation level. To his surprise, all 4 of his Dantians had stepped into the first level of the Saint Realm. It was no wonder that the previous sage's tribulation was so powerful and could gather all kinds of energy. The reason was because of Lin Ling's 4 dantians. Fortunately, Lin Ling had prepared for a long time in order to break through to the Saint Realm, and he had prepared all sorts of treasures. Therefore, he successfully broke through. Of course, the 80 million divine crystals had been completely consumed. I didn't expect to spend so many royal crystals to break through to the saint stage. Lin Ling shook his head. 10 million royal crystals were enough for an ordinary saint realm cultivator, and the 10 million included the treasures that the saint needed for his cultivation. However, Lin Ling needed 80 million royal crystals just to make a breakthrough. The gap between them was obvious. Looks like the opening of the 5th dantian will have to be delayed again. While Lin Ling was constantly checking himself, the middle-aged man's expression kept changing. Previously, he had broken through and wanted to crush this young man. Who would have thought that this young man would break through as well? This was like a vicious slap to his face. Most importantly, he also saw that this young man was not an ordinary sage's tribulation. He was definitely not weak. Why are you in a daze? Go and kill him. Seeing that the middle-aged man was very cautious, an angry roar immediately came from the side of the arena. If you still don't make a move, then you'll definitely die once that young man wakes up. After all, this is a life and death arena. Some old men said emotionlessly. Their words made the middle-aged man come back to his senses. Indeed, although the young man couldn't be underestimated, this was a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, he began to walk forward, but he was still cautious. However, at this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. With merely a single glance, a wisp of indescribable pressure assaulted him, and it caused the middle-aged man's heart to tremble. It felt as if he'd seen a god. He did not know why he was afraid, but he had a feeling that the young man was looking at him as if he was looking at an ant. It was like the young man had killed many at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. You violated the rules. This is the battlefield of the peak of the half-Saint Realm. However, you're already at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Violating the rules is equivalent to challenging the arena. You'll only end up dead. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the middle-aged man immediately said coldly, "Then, aren't you a saint? Why don't you give yourself a chance to commit suicide?" Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled mockingly. Me? The middle-aged man couldn't refute. He was just looking for an excuse to make Lin Ling commit suicide. It seems like you're very afraid of me. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and his words caused the middle-aged man's eyes to narrow. However, it's normal for you to be afraid of me, because it's just a move for me to kill you. Lin Ling said coldly. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a huge dragon bow appeared. The dragon god was roaring, and its aura was extremely terrifying. After reaching the saint realm, he was now like a saint. With the combination of his 4 dantians and the dragon bone, the power of the calamity-destroying sun bow had more than doubled. After the shocking bone bow appeared, the entire arena was in an uproar. It had to be said that the huge dragon bone bow was really awe-inspiring. I feel like I've seen this bow before. However, there were also people who frowned. As for the middle-aged man, his expression changed drastically. He could feel a huge pressure from the dragon bow, as if it was a divine ability of the dragon tribe. He immediately activated his powerful talent, and many mirrors appeared in front of him. His defense was extremely strong. The moment you're afraid of me, you're already dead. However, in the face of the middle-aged man's powerful aura, Lin Ling only spoke indifferently. After he finished speaking, the dragon bow in his hand shot out. The 4 dragons intertwined and roared continuously. It was as if the gods were pointing at the middle-aged man. Wow! Countless people in the arena stood up when they sensed the terrifying aura. The power of the arrow was so strong that many Saint Realm experts did not dare to take it head-on. You want to kill me? Dream on. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely solemn. His life and death depended on this moment. He had never thought that the outcome would be like this. After all, he had entered the arena with confidence. He had thought that he would be free after killing this young man. However, who would have thought that the young man who looked like a half-Saint Realm expert would have the power to reverse the situation in the blink of an eye? However, he was still an outstanding person in the third heaven of the Saint Realm. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength, he was confident that if he went all out, Lin Ling would not be able to kill him. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated the power of the great calamity destroying Sun Bao. This was one of the 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. It was protected by the heavenly dragon. Killing demons and destroying gods was a piece of cake for it. Clang. The sound of glass shattering echoed. The countless square mirrors shattered one by one as they were pierced through by the arrow. How is this possible? When the middle-aged man realized this, he cried out in panic. This was because his innate talent could reflect his opponent's attack like a mirror. However, now that the mirrors were shattered, the power of the arrow was too terrifying. At the same time, a huge dragon god's arrow was enlarging in his eyes. I admit defeat. The middle-aged man shouted as the smell of death descended upon him. He had completely forgotten that this was a battle of life and death. How could he admit defeat? Looking at it from another angle, if Lin Ling admitted defeat, would he let Lin Ling go? The answer was obviously no. Therefore, how could Lin Ling let him go? Boom. Under countless gazes, the expert at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm was blasted apart. It was like a lantern being blasted apart. The scene was extremely spectacular. This caused the arena to fall silent for a moment. Then bloodthirsty cheers rang out. He had shot a 3rd heaven of the Saint Realm. This was obviously the scene that everyone was looking forward to. This is insane. When Lin Ling heard the crazy cheers around him, he shook his head and put away the dragon bow. He turned around and left. Many people were looking at him. Some of them had complicated expressions, some of them were excited, and some of them had killing intent in their eyes. He won. The old man at the edge of the arena had a gloomy expression on his face. Lin Ling had won again. Their arena had lost a huge sum of money again. Most importantly, he had not seen Lin Ling die with his own eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm in front of him. Chapter 3302. Forcing me? Hold it. He hollered and stopped Lin Ling from leaving. You are in the Sage Realm and not the Half-Step Sage Realm. You have broken the rules. You have to fight 10 more battles in the Sage Realm before you win. The old man said coldly. His words caused the eyes of Sakura Sky and the others to narrow. Lin Ling wanted to continue fighting? What kind of rules were those? What a joke. That middle-aged man was also in the Sage Realm. Why don't you say that he broke the rules? Lin Ling sneered when he heard what the old man said. Furthermore, he was the one who broke the rules first. I only entered the Sage Realm after that. How am I breaking the rules? The rules are as such. Even I can't change them. The old man said expressionlessly. You can only continue fighting. He was clearly trying to twist the rules. That's right. He should continue fighting. What do you guys think? Voices rang out from the side of the arena. It was Lin Hongkai and the others. Naturally, they couldn't stand by and watch Lin Ling show off. The moment the words left their mouths, the arena erupted into an uproar. Many of them weren't targeting Lin Ling. They just wanted to see blood and vent their desires. For example, watching a saint with outstanding talent fall was also something they liked to see. Fight, fight, fight. You have to continue fighting. That's right. I want to help you, but you broke the rules. There's no other way. 10 more battles. Their voices were so loud that it seemed as though they wanted to flip the arena upside down. Many of them had bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Lin Ling's face turned ugly when he saw what was going on. Wangu Wuji and the others felt the same way. What if I don't fight? Lin Ling barked coldly. Then you won't be able to leave. The old man sneered. Lin Ling was already going against the entire arena. Lin Ling didn't have a choice. Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen powerhouses in armor appeared at the edge of the arena. Clang. Powerful extreme weapons were also raised, blocking Lin Ling's path of escape. Please return to the arena. At the same time, Neat and cold voices floated out. The arena was forcing Lin Ling to go back and fight again. Moreover, all of these experts were at the Saint Realm, and they were extremely formidable. Most importantly, they were only a portion of the experts in the entire gladiator arena. If all of them were to attack, then Lin Ling would have no choice. Are you going to fight or not? The old man laughed sinisterly as if he was in control of Lin Ling's life and death. He was even thinking that as long as Lin Ling was defeated, he would not let Lin Ling die. He wanted Lin Ling to be his slave. This was the result of offending the gladiator arena. However, in the face of the aggressive gladiator arena, Lin Ling could only smile. Forcing Lin Ling? Lin Ling had grown up in fear. From the Gu Yen sect of the past to the current Yen province, Lin Ling had experienced a lot of oppression. When had he ever been afraid? Clang. Lin Ling also drew his sword directly. With the tyrant song sword in hand, it was as if he was going to cut down the world. I'd like to see how the gladiator arena is going to force me. He slashed out with his sword. This sword came from the era of the gods. This was 70% of the demon sword rank. In addition to the fusion of Lin Ling's 4 dantians, the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Clang. The extreme weapons that collided with it were all cut apart. Moreover, those experts wearing armor had sparks appear on their armor as they were slashed apart by the sword. Following that, their entire bodies were also split in two. This sword undoubtedly shocked the entire gladiator arena. How dare you kill our people? The old man's eyes narrowed. Their gladiator arena was able to continue operating in the Yen province because of its deep foundation. Over the years, as long as one heard about the background of the gladiator arena, no one dared to behave atrociously here. However, that young man dared to attack. He's crazy. At the edge of the gladiator arena, many people also stood up as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. This was because if Lin Ling were to fight, he would still have a chance to live. However, if he were to fight head-on with the gladiator arena, he would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would definitely not be able to shake the gladiator arena. When you forced me, these people were already dead. Lin Ling's sword did not stop. Bloody light flashed as he continued to slash at those experts who were blocking his way. These experts were only at the early stage of the sage stage. At present, Lin Ling was not afraid of them. Do you know what you're doing? Seeing that Lin Ling was so unscrupulous, the old man roared again. I'm going to kill your people. With the last slash of his sword, all the experts who were blocking his way were killed. You're going to kill my people? Can you kill the entire gladiator arena? Kill him. The old man hadn't expected that Lin Ling would become more and more arrogant, and he roared loudly. In an instant, even more Saint Realm experts attacked, and there were many at the advanced stage of the Saint Realm amongst them. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't stop them. From this point of view, the strength of the gladiator arena was even more obvious. After all, late-stage sage stage experts were merely guards. Lin Ling, let me help you. However, Wang Guwuji and the others leaped over and fought alongside Lin Ling. Kill! None of them were weaklings, and they charged back at Huang Xiaolong. Looks of interest appeared on the faces of the people around them. They knew that this group of people was like a bunch of cornered beasts, and they wouldn't be able to walk out of the gladiator arena. As such, they were also admiring the battle between the cornered beasts. Among Lin Ling's group, Wang Guwuji and Lin Ling were the most ferocious. No one could block their attacks. Some people looked at Lin Ling indifferently, and they gradually guessed Lin Ling's background. So he's the son of a devil. No wonder he's acting like this. However, this fellow is really bold. He knows that martial god Wenin is looking for him, but he still dares to appear in the flame state. It's a pity. He shouldn't be so rash. He won't be able to escape from the gladiator arena. Many of the big shots in the flame state muttered to themselves. Lin Ling's sword was decisive, and every time he slashed out, blood would flow like a river. In fact, he didn't like the people around the gladiator arena, and he didn't hold back when he attacked. Occasionally, he would kill some of the spectators. His actions had infuriated the crowd. You're courting death. Many of the spectators were from the Flame State, and they were all nobles. Naturally, they would roar at Huang Xiaolong. "If you're not convinced, come and kill me." Lin Ling wanted to fight against the world with his sword alone. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards Lin Hongkai. That group of people disgusted him the most. It was because of Lin Hongcai's provocative words that they had started to jeer at him. Therefore, he was the first person they wanted to kill. "Didn't you guys want to recruit me? Then let me see your strength." Lin Ling held his great sword at a slanted angle and charged over. "How dare you!" Lin Hongkai and the others immediately stood up and unleashed their powerful auras. However, Lin Ling's aura was even more terrifying. The world-devouring beast appeared behind him, and its huge mouth opened as if it was going to swallow the world. It's him. More people recognized Lin Ling. As for Lin Hongkai and the others, their expressions changed drastically. "He seems to be the son of a devil.